Good morning, people. Am I live? Oh, I'm live. Thank you. So let's get right into the work for today. LFG people. I made a promise to design a long time ago, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to do that this morning. I'm sorry it came in very early in the morning like this. It just had to. So let's get right into it. We are going to be starting with illustration. But before I just jump into illustration, a quick how to give you a quick primer on what it means to actually illustrate. I'm doing this because it is important for you. Have I introduced myself? No, my name is Oyele Ogosea. I'm a designer, and I'm grateful to have this opportunity to do this with you. Sam, I can't see people saying, am I live? I'm live, jeez. Okay. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me, Sam? Okay. So let's continue. One of the things about illustration that is a hack is understanding everything you do. I've not started. This is just a primer. Everything you do can be reduced or can be built from incredibly basic shapes. Incredibly basic shapes. For example, let's just stick with a rectangle and see what we can do with it. But beyond that, I want you to know that every time you look at an object, your ability to see an object for what it is very, very key. Don't get lost. Just stay with me and ensure we are together. The ability to see an object for what it is very, very key in illustration. And that's what I really want to bring you up to speed about today. It is important that I do that this morning. So you can see that there's really nothing to illustration when you look at it, at least from the fundamentals, when the fundamentals are being understood. The fundamental, like every other thing you learn, is the key direction to always follow. Once you understand the fundamental, you have understood something very, very important, something you can build on. It's like a Lego brick. You can always build on it. Always. Always. Another thing I want you to know is that before we even go deep into what we're doing today, which is going to be deep, I mean, the outline here is a lot. I hope that everyone is ready for this and have raised up. It is really, really important, like I said, that you follow through from beginning to the end. Now, I understand that some of you may need to, design as I'm designing. That is, if you are really good at designing originally, that should make things easy for you. If you are not, I would indulge you to just observe more and listen. Observe more and listen. This video is going to be available beyond here, and for that reason alone, you still have enough time to come back to it and learn, practice. But I'd indulge you to just, I'd encourage you rather to just listen more for today, for this morning. So if you check closely, I am trying to show you an idea. And that's what this is about. And that's what this is about. How you can really easily go from idea to design. And I don't want it to sound complex. And that's why I'm being careful with the kind of design I'm starting with. Very careful. I'll keep saying something throughout this meeting, and I hope it sticks for the most part, that what you really, really need when it comes to illustration is understanding primarily the fundamentals. It makes it easy for you to move from one illustration or from one platform to another while your ideas are still intact. While your ideas are still intact. This is important, and I'll keep saying it a lot, that you understand and grasp the fundamental much more than anything. It is really, really important. You must have noticed I've been using just one shape throughout. What is that one shape? I've been using just a square. Why? Because I'm trying to show you that at the core of most subjects you look at, most subjects that you see, you are really, really just seeing blocks. 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 I'm starting with this because this is like the basic, like the beginning. I don't know if rectangles alone. Don't worry. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to change what I said earlier. Rectangles alone. Shortcut is M. Those are the anchor points, or someone else will call the control points. If you look closely, everything can be reduced. Everything can be reduced to its various essence. So my goal this morning is not just to throw you first head on into illustration. Oh, that's nice. That would be great. My goal this morning is to let you see how even with the highest level of constraints, I mean, just designing with blocks, there's a lot you can do, a whole lot you can do. And that for me is like a very important starting point before we start going into the business of today. The very essence of illustration is just simplifying reality. Of course, that is illustration for product design. There are some illustrations that try as much as possible to mimic reality. That is not the goal of this class. But for this class, what I'm trying to show you is how much of simplicity is required and ease to just start. It's not rocket science. I promise it is not rocket science. If you know how to type on a computer, you can be an illustrator. You can know how to illustrate. It's really that simple. Should I make it close to the edge? Let me tilt it a bit together with this. That's why this is really, really beginner friendly, intentionally so. A lot of people were scared, when the class comes out, they'll be lost and they will not know where to start from. But really, it's as simple as it gets. As simple as it gets, really. I'm not doing anything serious, at least not yet. I'm not doing anything demanding, again, at least not yet. Everything I'm doing now is really just the basic. And don't worry. Like I said, I'm just trying to quickly make a point before I actually start the work for today. The point I'm trying to make is something can be done with such ease and such little effort as this, and in such turnaround time as this, if you will just stay with me. If you will just stay with me. Should I join it together? No. Let me just do this. Nothing serious yet. This is a free-handed approach. And the goal, like I said earlier, is to just make a very quick point. And what is that point? Illustration need not scare you for no reason, literally for no reason. And everything, let me go into it and see clearly what I'm doing. Everything that we're going to be doing today is predicated on this premise, that illustration is this simple. I don't know if you not remember anything, I'd like you to remember that illustration is this simple. So this is more or less like a reinforcement for you that you are dealing with something incredibly simple, incredibly simple, incredibly easy to grasp. All you need to do is just start. And that's what you are here for today. So we have done something very quickly now. We have, I like all the stroke weight to be the same, consistent. We have done, we have done this. How many shapes did we use? One throughout. How long did it take me? I don't know, roughly 10 minutes. When we started, did you have any idea? Did you know rather what I was trying to do? No, you didn't. My point this morning is to make something incredibly clear to you. And what is it? Everything you see can be greatly simplified. Literally everything. Everything you are looking at, is there a reference? No, there is not. There is no reference. Literally, I just pulled it out from my head. Everything you are looking at can be simplified. Literally everything you look at can be reduced to its barest minimum. So one thing I wanted to do this morning before diving in and saying, oh, you're already doing illustration together with me, is your eyes needs to see things from the simplest form possible. I want you to take note of that much more than anything this morning. Your eyes need to see things from the simplest form. Can you hear me now? Oh, can everyone hear me? Sorry for the technical glitch. I mean, happens every. Thank you all very much for bearing with me. So let me continue. I want to make this as um, important as possible. I'm going to keep hammering it probably to the end of this class, that everything you are seeing, your eye needs to be able to, the eye first needs to be able to simplify it down to its basic form, down to its basic form. Oh, let me not tamper with that, down to its basic form. So let me go a bit further. this sound. So is the sound back on? Oh, thank you. Just my polygon. At the barest minimum, everything you are looking at, literally everything, is stemming from there. Literally everything stems from there. Okay. We'll make big trees, but we'll come back to that later. So yes, let me show you something now. Something very critical, and then we'll start. This background will make what we are going to do further incredibly easy for me. And it is hiding colors here. Let me just bring out some of our colors, the colors we are going to be using. Let's say something with a touch of green. Let's remove the stroke. Then let's move. I want him to have a bit of brown. So I would like to get your feedback in the comment section. That's the way I'll be able to track how you are following. Your understanding of this is quite critical for me. I want to be sure that I've not wasted any more time and nobody has wasted their time. I mean, it's a Saturday, a lot of places you could have been. So I want to get your feedback as quick as possible and as much as possible. Don't hold anything back. Please don't hold anything back. Okay, let's make this darker. I want to believe that everybody here has gone through the Bezier curve. You have used the Bezier curve for practice, so I'm not going to do that. So I remember I mentioned something. I mentioned that the closer an object is to light, the brighter it is. So what we are going to do is just go bright a bit here, a bit, just to show that one is above of the other. Just bright a bit. You would understand these things better with time. Now, that's why I need you to always practice. I think that's something I would also keep insisting on for this class. You'll be needing a ton of practice. A ton of practice. This should be darker. A ton of practice. How steady your hand would be is primarily dependent on how much practice you have done, how much practice you have really engaged in. So this you can really consider this the low-hanging fruits of illustration, but don't get carried away. Everything, again, like I said, starts simple, really simple. There can be many approaches to this, many. So one thing you are going to be taking note of is how colors quickly help us make sense of structure and order. Structure and order. How the curves help us easily with structure, and the colors rather help us easily with structure and order. If you can see, there are no stroke here. So one of the ways you can make sense of distinct objects sitting on themselves or around themselves is because I am using the colors. I'm using literally tints and shades along a color path of green to communicate an idea. And so you see that the colors help us greatly to place structure and order on things. Now, let's start our actual work in Figma. So I'm still coming back here to take this from the ground up, but let's start at the actual work we came here for in Figma. Welcome, people. So I hope that was clear. Well, I do hope it was clear. Now let's go. I want to do an illustration in Figma. Now we are going to be using, let's say, hand with card. So I need you to just listen to me. Images, hand holding card. I think I like the card to show. I think I like this one. So let's just copy the image, come here, paste it, and we are good. One thing you are going to notice is for every illustration you are going to be doing, the more complex you are, the more likely you are going to be needing references. Now, what is this meaning for you? This means that you don't have to know how to draw. Like, this is the big advantage you have. You don't have to know how to draw. All you have to know how to do is use your tools well and let your imagination run free and wild. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because a lot of people say that, oh, I can't draw, and so I might not be able to illustrate. No. A lot of people don't know how to draw, and they're incredibly good illustrators. But I'm not here to motivate you. I'm here to teach you how to illustrate. So one of the things you can always do is get your reference and then get on with your work. No excuse. So now that we have this, my P, shortcut for my pen, not pencil, pen. And then I come, I start. I want you to understand something, which is a lot of your illustration in Figma is primarily hinged on your ability to use your pen well. And I want to believe you know what I'm doing here. These are control points. These are control points. The points that I am wiggling on is called control points. If I do just this 2 line and I click on escape, I now have 2 anchor points. My anchor points are also my control points. My anchor points are also my control points. But if I do this, let me go back to my P a bit, and then I move. I have 2 anchor points. When I click my escape, I have 2 anchor points and 1 control point. I click on V back. I have 2 anchor points and 1 control point in the middle. In the middle. Your anchor point is equally your control point, don't get it wrong. But for most times, when you are controlling the shape of the object or how it bends or everything like that, you are dealing with your control point or your nodes. This node is anchored on this. This is your node or your point. So, did someone mention corridor? I hope nobody's going to mention corridor. Let's not fight, please. So let's move on. Let's start the work. I believe you have done Bezier curve. I'm not going to go through that with you. If you have not done it, you should go and do it before coming back to this class. So let's move on. If I'm too fast, please let me know. Sometimes I get lost in design that it shows. Again, nobody should mention corridor. I am begging you. Nobody should mention corridor. Okay, let's just get on with it. Let me do this there. This part is really important. Your eye must be able to cover details. If you check, I'm not tracing it exactly. Well, I don't need to, neither do you. But if you want to trace it exactly, you're welcome to be my guest in doing that. Escape, then come back here. I will explain why I'm doing this to you. Let me move on. I'll explain why I'm doing what I'm doing to you. And if you So I think someone should let them know that it's from our end, so they would. Okay, we are really sorry. The sound thing is from our end, is not from your end. And again, one thing I want you to know is I am moving as carefully as possible, so you would. The sound is The sound, the sound will just say, "Devil, please stop." The sound issues from our end. We really apologize. Um, sorry. I greatly apologize for that. One of the things you would find out is um, I'm moving as carefully as possible to make things very relatable to quite a number of persons. And hopefully, people will be very, very comfortable with their pace of learning. And again, I want you to spend more time being very comfortable with your pace of learning. If you check, I'm going carefully. I'm not going fast. I'm going carefully, and I'm trying to be as close to the actual design as possible, which I won't on a normal day. I just need it for reference. But that would be a bad approach given the demography of the class we are teaching. I mean, the kind of people who are here today to learn. So let's get on with the actual work. This node operation I'm doing, I mean, this Bezier curve I'm using, I want to believe to a very large extent. I'm saying this because I'm moving carefully now and gently now. I won't keep moving like this when the design continues. I mean, we're still going to go deep into our design today. So I want you all to stay with me. Majority of your design really is just, majority of the illustrations you are going to be doing on Figma, oh, let me do this before I do this, is literally going to be tracing your design. And I want you to be very comfortable with the pace you are in, like with your pace of learning. I'm doing this, I'm saying this because you can see that I'm also moving carefully, which again I said I wouldn't on a normal day. I'm moving carefully because it is important to ensure, it is important for me to ensure everybody is carried along. All I do is I just need the idea. I really would not bother about the exactness, except I'm tracing someone's image, which means that person is paying me a ton of money to do that. Okay, so like I said, a lot of these things are being done with the mind that you are going to get a mouse. Nah, don't mind me. I'm just being petty. I hope this message gets to Ufot. Okay, it's too early to look for trouble. So let's just continue our design. Okay. Ufot and every other person who supports my trackpad. There's a better life outside of that. There is actually. So it depends on the amount of detail you want it to have. This is quite easy and quite simple. Let's just continue for anyone to do. Like all you are doing is you are just tracing. But I hope you notice something, and I hope you do. And I hope you notice that now I will show you why I did this. I'm going to explain this to you. Now, let me take this out and hopefully I explain something to you. If you check, I am now outside my node and I've taken it out. Oh, let me just do this. Let me make it. Okay, you know what? Let me put it inside the frame. Now, let me show you something very important here. See what I have done. Now, let me show you something really, really important. And I say important because it is important for me to ensure you are following this or this makes sense for you. It will make sense. Don't worry. I really hope you do it. Because of what I'm about to do next. If you check, I took an idea and I did not take that card. I didn't put that card on it. The card is independent. So let's go back inside the node and then let's make it full color. So in clicking this part, you can see that I moved from my creation tool, which is my pen, to my pen bucket tool. So I'm just adding color now to all the enclosed parts, literally all the enclosed parts. So I want to go like this, and then like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, the nails separately. But I want to do something. I don't want this to show on the background. So this is why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because it's not going to be smooth like this on a normal day. So let me come here and then let me select my pen tool. I'm inside the notes now. If you check, when I'm outside, this is, I want you to see my keyboard. When I'm outside, okay, like this, you see it selects the shape all around. But when I'm inside, it shows you the notes. So when I click outside, you are just selecting the shape. When I double click, you are selecting the notes. Take note of this. Take note of this because of what I'm going to do in a very short time now. When I'm outside, you have selected the shape. When I'm inside, you have selected the note. I'm seeing some people type trackpad for life. Sam, can we take away from this live page? And see, Wolf, you people don't know me. I'm saying trackpad for life. I'm just looking at my screen now. Okay. I don't know if I'm violent. If I see any trackpad, are we going to wait? Are you going to cut this part out? Who fought? I'm going to eat his eye, his left eye. So let's continue. When I double click inside this, I am getting to the node. When I click outside, I am dealing with the whole frame, carrying everything. If you want to adjust your design itself, you double click inside till you get to the nodes and then start adjusting your nodes to make them look or feel as organic or as refined as you want them to feel. So I really need you to always remember this. It is very, very important that you always remember this. And then if you want, which we are going to do very shortly. Let me see how much of this. So if you notice, I am going carefully and I'm taking my time. Again, I said this is not. So I want to take away this line. So I'll click on P and then add a node here. See, I'm adding a node on that line itself. So I click Escape and then I click V, which is selecting my tool here. I click on it and I click on Delete. Can you see that I've taken away that line? Now let me come again if I'm too fast for you. Well, and I hope you come back to this video. I came inside this object and then I want to take away this line, but I can't just select this. You see, I can't just select this and take away the line. So I'm going to click on P while I'm inside the node. P is the shortcut for pencil. And then I will click on the line itself to attach a node to it. Can you see it? It turns plus. You see it turns plus. I click on it and then I click delete. That way, you have selected that whole node from point to point. The point ends here, the point ends here, and then you take it out. What does this mean? It means that I can come back here inside the object and then give this, I want to give this whole place a separate color too. But if you notice, because, okay, if you notice, because this node is not touching, or this node here is not touching this line, it can't create a shape for this whole section. So what do? I click on P, I click on V rather, and V inside the node, and then I drag this to this point. And then let's see it again now. Now that I've dragged it to this point, can you see it now? It allows you color just this section alone, and there you have it. There you have it. If you want to change the color, you come here and change the color to whatever color you desire. If you want to use green, you have green. You can independently select the colors, by the way, and change them as you so desire. It's your prerogative. Now, you can also increase the stroke, let's say 3, if you so desire, as you like. And I can change the colors too along this line, something that like dark green. If you want to change the color for this place, all you have to do is select this. Can you see it? The color should not be that. If you want something like a light green, that is selecting everything. This place, you want a light green, that's it. This place also. No, not the stroke. Here. Sorry, let me do that again. Here, The fill should be light green also. Here, light green also. Here, light green also. So you can give, the colors does not apply to everything. You can give your separate colors at different intervals. Separate colors at different intervals. So now that we have done this, you can still go ahead to edit, to adjust and edit what you have done. But let me not go too much into the details. One thing I want you to know again is, if you see my lines are blocky. But if I want them to be rounded, I come here and say, oh, look at the join part rounded, and then rounded, and then select each of the lines. I should be able to. I know I should be able to. And make them rounded. I know I should be able to. The cap, is it showing me cap? Endpoint round, yes. So it applies to everything. Let me just see if I can select everything and make the endpoint round. Figma with hiding feet. So yes, you can make it round if you want to make it friendlier, and then if you want to strike a very strong segment, you can make it like, just if you want to make it edgy, like make the edges show, you can do that. And then, oh sorry, let me see that. And then click outside here. You can do that depending on what you're trying to do. Now, I did something intentionally. I did this design detached from this card. Detached from this card. Now, but what if you want to join it with the card? This is why I did that intentionally. So let's just draw a card. Say, draw your card with your pen tool. Or I want you to see something now. I'm going to take this card. Let's give it a feel. I'm going to take this card and let's make it rounded. Let's see 15 at the edges. Okay. I'll take this card and then I will copy it or cut it out, Command X, click inside till you get inside the node. You see we are inside the node now. You can see we are inside the node, Command V. What happens? You have automatically added it inside the existing nodes. This is one thing you should know about Figma. Once you copy and paste your object inside a selected, when you select an object into the node, you're actually going to make it inherit the existing structures of the node. Why am I saying this? Let me just duplicate this so you can see. Escape, I'm done. So the Figma designs are quite forgiving. And that's one of the advantages of doing your illustrations here. You can just copy it inside the node, Now that we have this, we have to take away all the interrupting lines, meaning that the thumb sits on top while the card sits in between. Let me know if I'm going too fast or too far. Today is for newbies. I have no business with mid-level and senior designers. Today is for newbies. I won't even be so presumptuous as to teach those category of people. You can do this. So let's go. We select, remember what I said that time, we select inside it. We want to take away this part. This part is not meant to be visible. So you just select here. Delete it. What happens? Why? Because the node does not end on this place. So what do? We select your P. You ensure that it ends here. Here, just click on it there. And then come again. Escape. V. Select it. Delete it. Can you see that? Again, do the same thing here. You are still in, once you see this, you are still inside the node. Select your P, close, escape, then close to, then V. Come here, inside your node, delete it. Just relax. We are getting there. Again, come here, delete it. Select the node, so don't just click delete. So you don't delete your Figma. You don't delete your whole work. Then come here again, close to the nodes. If you can't see a node here, it means that it's not touching. Just come here and add one. Anytime you see those lines dragging, click escape like this. You see this line dragging, you don't want to join it, just click escape. Then select your V back or type your V back and then delete. Same thing here. Come back and check. Move it here. We need it at that point. There's a node here. We just move it here. We need it at that point. So select this V, and then sorry. Wait, what did I delete? Select this and delete. Can you see it? Yes, you can. And then come down. Eye for detail is everything. I mean, we are designers. Eye for detail is very, very key. Come down and ensure that no line, you don't have any rogue line going beyond the point it's meant to go. Because when you click your command Y, all your secrets will be out in the open. Can you see it? That's your command Y. I will explain that later. That's your view. You get to see things in a skeletal frame. So you select this now, and then you see, you know what we did before. Come back here and color this section. Color this section. You have two independent sections. You can come here and say, oh, this should be possibly orange, as you so desire. Okay, we all can see that. I'll correct it shortly. And there you have it. So we'll come here, and this, we want it a different, oh, something is up. See, these lines don't touch. We want it to touch. So we select our V and drag it here. I don't mind it overflowing for the meantime, just because we need to create a new fill section there. So this is independent of the top, which is very important for us. So sorry about that. Just trying to make things consistent. Okay, so let me see if I can, in the spirit of consistency, do this. Make sure everything is consistent. Okay, so like the news. Did someone just say looks like juju to me? Sorry, there's a lag. So some of the things I'm saying, you won't hear it until I've really gone past it. So yes, if you remember vividly, this is what we started with. But this is just an idea for us. This is not, this, we were not hoping to just trace this exactly. We're just trying to simplify what we're looking at. Well, you may say simplify, but this was just like an idea for us. And then we move from doing just the hand to actually now coming back and doing the hand together with the card. Now, what if I want to further, I don't know why this happened. So what if I want to further add details to this? Again, just ensure you are inside the node, and then you can do as you like. As long as you are inside the node. Again, remember, just ensure you are inside the node. Once you're inside the node, you can do a lot. And here we have it. Vote for mouse. I'm coming. Of course, you will know that any opportunity I have to slander trackpad users. And today, all of you came to learn design here. So yes, it's a field day for all of us. You're here, we hear enough. Okay, I'm not teaching you how to use Figma. I'm teaching you how to illustrate on Figma. So I'm just saying this because there are some things I'm running on. Yes, the middle finger at the back should be green. Thank you. That's an omission. Thank you so much, Tokwe. So let's go back inside our node and do this. Thank you. Okay, vote for mouse. Let's say 100. 96. And you'll be really close to yourself. So sorry, I'm scared. Let me use absolute value before some people call for me. Okay, vote for mouse designers. I'm sorry I'm being petty. It's just how I'm going to survive the lengthy hour of design we are doing today. We are going to be on today. Most of us design. So let's say 90 or too much. 80. Design really isn't hard if you look at it closely. Okay. If you look at this, I'm going to scale this stuff. Sorry. Let me just scale it first. I don't know what will happen today, but I know for a fact that people will get a mouse. That one is, there will be conversion to mouse. People will get mouse. So I guess you understand this flow that has happened. How we move from just, let me take that out. How we move from just, let me delete this back so you can see. Huh? Chisa is here. Okay. I'm going to be targeting people I know I can't insult on Twitter. They will receive their insult here. Red card for Chisa.
Red card for Takpa.
Everybody, see, you will see my main side today. I promise you. Hey, his holding hand that look like this thing. We will meet at the front. Okay, so you can see very closely here that we moved from here, which we did first, to here. Oh, this line should actually join. I'm just saying this now. Let me just do this. This line here is meant to join to show the hand. So we move from here to here. Let me join this too. To here. So what you have seen now is how forgiving Figma is, how easy it is to design on Figma. It's really, yes, the font is free. It's really, really easy. I mean quite very easy to do this on Figma. So we have done something very simple. Something incredibly simple, which is the whole goal of this class, is to make you realize that everything you are designing is quite simple. It is literally at your beck and call. Again, I want to believe that you have done what's it called, the Bezier game well enough. This becomes incredibly easy for you. But I don't just want us to end here. Now, I've just made you see two things in this design. I've made you see how the pen tool works. I've also made you see how the Bezier curve works. I mean, we all trace there together. But I don't want to end here. And I want to quickly move on. We are still going back to do illustrations we are going to use in the product design, but I don't want it to end here. And I want us to move further. When I mean further, I mean one more, something a bit more complex than what we just did now. And I want you all to hang with me. But one thing I've done now is to really make you see. I don't know, someone with the trackpad is making noise in the comment section. Am I the only one hearing the noise? Okay, let's continue. I'm going to banter you people today. So now that I've done something incredibly simple, let's move on to do something something a bit more complex. Now let's say we are not just doing hand now. Let's go to Pinterest and see what we can fetch from there. We now want to replicate an actual illustration. Let me just say illustration, and let's see what that looks like for us. Hi, I can see Wally. Sorry, I'm calling names that those are people I know. If I'm sorry, so it shouldn't seem like I'm just acknowledging people without acknowledging or something like that. I acknowledge everybody, but I'm just saying some of my guys here, and I'm really grateful that they're around. Thank you all for coming. Super grateful for you. So let's take this. Let's take something like this now and try and replicate. And then from here we move a bit more advanced, and from here we start going to every other thing that we can do. This is nice too. I mean, or maybe we should do this. Should we? I want to be sure I'm not going to lose anybody, but I want to go complex now. And I'm actually key with that word complex. I want to go as complex as possible. So one thing, if you notice one thing I am doing, I am not just spinning illustration from my head. I am literally taking existing illustrations and I'm using it to practice. I am just putting myself in the position of someone who is learning. I am. What's the shortcut to scale in Figma? I know you said K, Israel. The shortcut is K. I want to plead with everybody also. There are some questions that they're asking in the comment section. We have senior designers in our midst, mid-level designers in our midst. That title itself can be decided. We have incredibly good designers in our midst. Please just do well to answer them so I don't have to go back and forth, checking the comment section. Again, I like to move as quick as possible beyond the basics to actual complex designs, like complex. But I want to ensure that I'm not going to lose anybody in the process. I want us to stick together. And so I'm going from simple to complex. Don't worry. I know what complex look like. And I'm not going to shy away from it. We are still inside Figma. Remember, we are still inside Figma. So let's scale this to the size of our so let's start. This should be fairly easy, well, in my estimation. What are we looking at? Let's sort of reduce the opacity to 50 and then lock it. That's an imported Adobe behavior. Very imported Adobe behavior. Okay, so let's start. The low-hanging fruits. What are the ones that are easy to do? Well, either way, they're all low-hanging fruits anyway. So select your P again, and your P is your pen. I'm holding down Shift so I can get a straight line. Oh, okay. I'm going to correct that. I see that it's rounded because the radius is on. We don't need the radius here. So let's continue. I continue. If you notice something, if I click done, now let me show you. And then I come and click my P again, and then I start drawing, or I start designing. I start doing this. If you notice this, okay, no. You see, I'm joining it. I'm hoping you are noticing what I'm about to do. Now, someone asked a question, but how do one know where the notes will be perfect at? The thing is, you have to have practiced a lot, one, and then number two, you would sort of know when, I don't know, I think that, I don't know if you have played the Bezier game. You sort of know when you are trying to move around, along corners. When you are trying to move along corners, you would know, like you would know. You would definitely know. When I'm trying to move along corners, you would know. That's why I said the pen tool primarily, once you hack your pen tool, you sort of become unstoppable when it comes to illustration. There's no illustration or illustration tool you would not be able to really use. Your hand will be shaky. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it might not be your domain of expertise. I mean the tool, not illustration. But again, there will literally be in very non-existent Illustrator tool you will not be able to use. Once you have your idea, the rest will just be execution. And all you have to do is just learn the basic use. So when the advantage that has for you is that when you start designing, people would think you have been designing for a long time using that tool, not knowing that you understand the fundamentals of illustration, really. A lot of things here are not perfect, and that's fine. For the meantime, that's fine. For the meantime, careful to screen for the meantime, and that's fine for the meantime. For the meantime, I want you to take away the burden of making everything perfect. First, I need everyone to understand how the tool works. First, that is very important for me. Very important for me. So if you check closely, and I hope you do, okay, you see what I'm saying. Yeah, you see what I'm saying all through, what I've been trying to say all through. The bane of illustration is lack of practice. You need a lot. When I say a lot, I mean a truckload of practice. You keep practicing till your hand becomes steady, so that you would, even when you're doing designs you have never done before, one thing that will just keep you going is your confidence that no, it's illustration. I'll find my way around it because you have done a lot of practice, and so to a very large extent, the nothing about the tool or nothing about the project takes you off balance or scare you literally. A lot of practice. A lot of practice. Once you do, there's a threshold you get to. I'm saying it because I personally have experienced it. There's a threshold you get to when it comes to illustrating that, or when it comes to illustration, that you would, things generally, nothing generally would um, take you by surprise again. Everything sort of seems within your domain of competence, especially when it comes to illustration. So yes, I need you all to practice, 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 like practice a lot, a lot, a lot. So we are done with the hand, are we? Now say something. This is independent of this. Why? Because when we started illustrating this part or tracing it, this part was not in the node selection. So it's something you should take note of. You have two distinct, and then see that again. While I was illustrating this part, while I was illustrating the fingers and the ridges in the hand, this part also was not in the node. I will come back and explain everything I mean. So if I want to do this illustration and I want it to be part of this design, I will ensure that it is in the node like this. I get to see the anchor point and the control point. It has to be in the nodes. So I now come back here and say, okay, no, not here. I will ensure that the nodes are selected. Just hang on. This is why I said everybody should play with their Bezier curve so that at least tracing things will be relatively easy for you, relatively easy. The more Bezier curve. Now, if you check, this is now a whole shape, a single shape. Can you see it? Why? Because while I was tracing, it was inside. You, when you see this, you know you're inside the node. When you see these options come out, you know you're inside the nodes. So, and to be honest, now banter aside, this is why I don't know people who really can do this with trackpad. I don't want it to be on record. I ever say I have my respect. You don't. You're cultists, all of you, the lot of you. Because I'm wondering how you'll be able to arrive at, well, not, I won't call it precision, but getting the organic feel. You'll just be dragging your thumb and you'll be punishing yourself. Users are in trouble today, it's a promise. So if you check again, this is just a single shape. Why? Because you are illustrating inside the node, inside the node. Select and show you're inside the node, and then continue. If in fact, let me not run too far. No, that's looking very contourish. A bit. Someone said trackpad illustration. Who is neat? Oh, I know that guy. Someone said trackpad illustration. Hey God. You people have mind though. Honestly, you people have mind. And usually trackpad users that are the raw ones. Okay, I'll come back and correct this. But let me do this first. I'll come back and correct it. I don't want to take time on something. Okay, so let's move on. Let's see. Let's ensure we are moving at the pace we are meant to move. No. What do you do for say? When I'm done with 240, people will pity that boy. And I'm not able to. So yes, sorry, I'm trying not to take time with getting it as exact as it should. I mean, that's why I say all of you should go and practice the Bezier curve. Let me hold down. Okay, so we are good. And there, so if you check now, it's a complete shape you are carrying. They are not independent of themselves, because when you are designing it inside the node. So let's just select it again inside, and then select. So you can give it different colors. We'll come back to the colors. So there you have it. It can still give it its color. You are not. Okay. Yes, there isn't. Oh, I saw a question, Michael. I can see already. Wait, is he a trackpad user? Hey, comrade has fallen. I thought he was a mouse guy. Well, I don't blame him. Peer pressure is real. So let's continue. Someone asked the question. Michael asked the question. He said, "Is there an advantage of doing illustration in Figma over Adobe Illustrator?" No, I won't say there is an advantage, but I would say you sort of. It's a very personalized thing. This is not a rule. This is not a rule, but I think you sort of find it easier on Figma, depending on who you are. I guess it's a matter of preference. I don't think the response I'm about to give applies. So for me, there's no place I can't do it, but I prefer doing it in Adobe Illustrator because I was using Adobe Illustrator before Figma. That's just the answer. And Adobe Illustrator has greater options for advanced illustration that Figma don't have. I'm going to show you that shortly. Yet, nonetheless, people still find their way around Figma. Nonetheless, the poster I did it on Figma. I don't know if I have it here. Do I have it here? No, I don't have it here. The poster I did it on Figma. All the illustrations were done on Figma. But I will get to that kind of approach. It's a track party that cannot come, bro. We have lost another one. Let's move on. So, now, if you remember vividly, I said something. How do you join distinct designs? You see, this is just the frame. The detail in the hand are sort of not together, but we want it to be together. So what do? We copy it out, we cut it out, just select them, you cut it out. That's why I say Figma is quite forgiving. And then select it till you select the node, remember, then paste back. Automatically, I pasted it inside the what? Inside the shape. I hope you remember. Then do the same thing, take this out, select it till you select the node, then paste, and then you have this. You have your shape back. So let's take this and select it and color. What am I missing? Okay. Let me be sure all the points are joined together. Let me be sure all the points are joined together. Okay, no, something is missing here. And there we have it. So yes, you must always be on the lookout for that too. Always. Yep. Hello. Okay, what is not joined here? Okay, these parts are not joined. Let's join them together. So yes, this is what you will do at your own time. This is how. Wale, this is not corridor, please. Wale, you are disappointing me. I speak highly of you. You're not going to disgrace you online. So stop mentioning corridor. We are not corridor boys, please. We are Elon Musk boys. Okay, so we are trying to ensure that all our points are touching. I'm doing this to let you know how you don't have to be perfect from the instance, from the get-go, where you should be perfect, like aim for it. But it's fine if you work at your own pace and enjoy the process. That's why I'm not under pressure to ensure what I'm doing is perfect before anybody. I'm literally not under pressure for it. Because if I am under that kind of pressure, I'll be doing myself a great disservice. And you also will be doing that to yourself. And that's why some of you don't post your design because you think it has to be perfect before you post it. It's fine if it is not perfect. There are some of my designs that will never make it to the internet. They are terrible times. Okay, so let's ensure we are following. Okay, so yes, now we have this done. Meaning that our colors are intact. We can just change the field to white or just remove the field generally so you can see the color and the stuff underneath. And then let's do this. So let's continue. Remember what I said. This is not selected to node. So the shape we are building is not attached to this. So this is a separate shape and we're about to build another separate shape. Let's give people like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. And still inside the node, we go. Now you're talking. That's why I like Oli. He says the right thing. Like this, and then like I said, we are still dealing with low-hanging fruits in illustrations. I mean, they are more complex. You see how people replicate a whole Disney character in Illustrator, in Figma rather. I'm sure we all see it from time to time. So people really sit down and handle complex stuff, but I don't want to scare anybody away with complex work just now or a burden of perfection. What I need you first is to be very comfortable with design. I need you to be very comfortable with design. I need you to work at your own pace. I don't know how to explain it. Like, this thing is not as hard. Okay, the end result makes it look like it took a lot of time. I mean, every good thing looks very polished. But I want you to be very comfortable, and that's my goal this morning. Very comfortable with starting. And if you're already good at it, very comfortable with moving on to really complex stuff. Like comfortable. Just work at your own pace. Don't brush it. No burden of perfection is placed on you. Work at your own pace. Move at your own pace. You'll be shocked at what you can do. You would outdo yourself. That's a promise. So move at your own pace. Some of you are reminiscing on your Shomolu days. Okay? Congratulations to you. You have seen the light. Okay, so before I go too far, let me ensure the points are properly joined. Sam, how many hours are you now? 1?
1 hour 12.
I'm gonna have to switch to. I don't want this video to take too long. I'm gonna have to switch to. Adobe Illustrator soon, so I can do some of these things there again. The real burden of work, I've been saying it and I'll keep saying it, is practice. So let me go back inside my notes. It's practice. It's literally practice. You need to practice a lot. You need to push yourself. You need to also post. Yes, I'd normally not encourage, especially when I just starting out, to post, but the community is a bit very accommodating now. I mean, there are people who genuinely would comment, criticize, and give you pointers. It's so you can post, but at least do the hard work. Do the hard work, and don't claim if it's not your design, don't say it's your designer, and that's where we'll fight. But you can post, and let's see what you are doing. Let's encourage you. You need more practice. One thing about illustration is your hand needs to be steady. An illustration a day on your mouse takes amateur level away by 1. So for a lot of you guys who already are very conversant with design, you realize that you can relate to these things, or you find it easy to get onboarded with this design. You find it incredibly easy to get onboarded with this design. Sorry. Very, very easy. Did I just move it? I hope I didn't. Who said live vibes? I should say lie. Why will I say lie? Who will pay me? I'm going to do the hard work. Who is going to pay me? No, I'm not doing any hard work. Work smart. I'm sorry. Can I move it? No, I can't. Hey, I'll have to do the hard work. Okay, so I need you all to, from time to time, sorry, I know it's not perfect. I'm coming back. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. Because I know the people who complain and trackpad users. I'm legit not sorry. Okay, so one of the things you should notice is I'm very comfortable with this being organic shapes. Again, I said the burden for perfection is not placed on you. I'm supposed to draw circle. This thing is looking like yam. Imagine if I now draw it on just trackpad. It will look like a bottle of Coke. I'm going to banter trackpad users today, just for today, and then I'll lock my account after. Yeah, you cannot fit. Because one thing I know about them is they're like Chelsea fans. They are very, very occupied. I don't know jack about football if I can shoot myself in the leg. Okay, so yes, we are going from, you see, this is having more detail, and we'll spend more time here. Yes, there are some illustrations that will take you 5 hours, 3 hours, and sometimes a whole day, and sometimes days. You just go start and then come back to it because you have to do other things. It's taking your time. Illustration can be time demanding. That's one thing you learn the hard way. That's why I was telling Sam here that we'll be switching to Adobe Illustrator soon. But I want to move from easy to complex. This is still not the complex I am anticipating. So let me do this first. Let's get it out first and be outside the note. I want it to be an independent. I am literally forging someone's signature. Nice. So we have that. Now, let's color it appropriately. Let's do this quickly. Take this out at the background. And now let the coloring begin. So for this, I don't even need this again. Let me just bring this close. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's color. Have I used? No, I haven't. Let me just select this and be sure that I have done all that I need to do. Yes, 1, 2, 3. We don't need to. Okay, let me just do this ahead. No pressure. So that there will be no omission whatsoever. I really want to be sure I'm not wasting anybody's time. I'm not boring. If you feel I'm wasting your time, this class is not meant for you because it's meant for absolute beginners. It's meant to be beginner friendly, but we'll still go complex anyway. We'll still go to cityscapes and all. Hopefully, I'm equally trying to ensure this meeting doesn't stay longer than it's meant to. I'm really trying to ensure that as quick as much as possible, rather. And I strongly suggest if you're incredibly good at what you are doing, you can just replicate this too. Like replicate it on your own hand. But if you are just a beginner, just listen. You would have time to practice, a lot of time to practice this. I don't believe you wouldn't have time to practice. You will definitely have time to practice. So let's start to add our own color. And just on this. Make it black. No, just this. Just this. So okay. So one thing, yes. One thing we'll do now is just to ensure I'm careful of people's attention span. We will go for a break after this, just to ensure that, and yes, during the break, you are going to do something for me. You are going to do your own design. Like during the break, I want you to go and do this design yourself. Go and do your designs yourself. I need everybody to do that. This is why I'm saying this is, I want to be sure that I don't just take you on a very lengthy design practice and you are not practicing to side by side. I'm just realizing that some people may not have that luxury of practice, and depending on the kind of learner they are anyway. But I know trackpad users are not really fast learners. I just hope if someone who is not in design design Twitter Nigeria will just be asking, what is this boy? What is he on to all morning? I'm sorry if you're a new user. I just want you to know that we have people who need intervention in our midst, and they are the trackpad users. We see their work. Their work is good, good enough. One of their key member, they helped me design the mascot I'm using as my DP on Twitter, but they need help nonetheless. They need help. Someone needs to help them that is not how life is meant to be lived. Stretching and stressing your fingers along a flat plane when you can as well hold things that has form and you can make meaningful form with it. So if you don't understand what I am on to, I just gave you a primer. Trackpad users need intervention, and that's what I am all here for. So if you are not part of us, at least you now have an idea of what I am on to. Thank you. So now let's move on. Shall we? Immediately we are done with this, we would take a break and then come back. The break is needful for you to go and do this. Like, I need your hand steady to go and do this on Figma, especially for people who know how to illustrate already, but can only do it in Illustrator. Try on Figma now. Move your hand on Figma and see what you can do. I need you all to do that. That's why we started with Figma. I need you all to do that. Yeah, you know, I want you to. Someone said, if you lock your account, I already follow you, you go jam. Is it hard? I'll just go on Twitter break. Life is not hard. You see what I used to say about trackpad users? They are violent people. Check all of them. All of them. All of them. All of them. I won't mention it, but check all of them. All of them. No mouse user will threaten me. No, none. They are civil. If I'm in trouble, should not have come for this class. Okay, yes. I'm going to do some adjustments while I continue. So we need to now have that cut out for all the places where the hand got impressed in. So see, if you check, our design isn't perfect. It's not, I don't know if it looks exactly like this, I'll leave that for you to judge, but the goal isn't perfection. I'm not saying, oh, go there and make it perfect. There are some category of people that will be screaming, make it as perfect as possible, but not you who are just starting out. For you, I need you to be as comfortable as possible with this design process. I need you to be very comfortable. That's all my burden. My whole burden is to ensure you are very comfortable. It doesn't, of course, not that it's not, because I say it's not comfortable. I say you should be comfortable. You know, be designing YAML, please. Let the design still look like it, but I need you to be very comfortable. It's important for me that you are comfortable with design. So let me take that out. Oh, sorry. Let me now add this X. No. Inside the frame. Yes, thank you. Then take the O inside. No. Don't worry. I'll just group it together. No, before I do that, let me just take this. Yeah. I don't want to do this thing from scratch again. No, I don't have to. So let's continue. LFG people. Yes, I'll send you the reference images. I'll send you the reference images so we can get on with this. Okay, so I just want to ensure that the okay, so yes, you get a recording section. Everything is on. We intentionally did it on YouTube so that you would get a recorded section. So let's do. You remember what I said about these lines? If you want to take them out, remember your P, select it, and then take them out. No, no. Ensure you had the P here at the head here. This is where the real work is. Olusegun, hey, Jesus Christ, I'm a guy with that. I can't insult him back. Shegun, nice one. That I can't insult you on live does not mean I can't send you WhatsApp message. I will have you back. Me using Glue Network. It's trackpad users that use the Glue Network. Trackpad users. They are the one that use Glue Network. 4G for that matter. Did I say 4G? Yes. You want to experience, what did I do? You want to experience speed like never before? You got to come to, I need this to leave. Wait. I shouldn't have deleted that, should I? No. Should I? Oh, yes, I should have. Yes, I should have. Let me take this out. You use graphic tablets for your illustration. Graphic tablet is hybrid. We consider you second-class citizen. It's fine. You are welcome. But use mouse. Banter aside, graphic tablet have their use case, and nobody agrees with it. I hope you all know I'm bantering anyway. I hope, of course, you all know I'm bantering. In fact, it's self-solved because DP that I went to register on Ethereum was done by a trackpad user. I mean, what other testament do I have than letting you know that we can really manage the designs that come from trackpad? I mean, it's not bad. The designs are not bad now. They are not entirely bad. I mean, you saw the other day, Ufot made what's it called? He made a very strong mark on design Twitter, Nigerian design Twitter. When we saw the incredible work he did, I mean, trackpad designs are not bad. I mean, they are not. Of course, we don't discriminate here. If you use trackpad, come as you are. So it's not bad. It's not bad. That's my point. It's not a bad thing. You are not doing a bad thing, but we do encourage it. You know, some things are not bad, but they are not really encouraged. Like, I hope this banker won't backfire. I just hope this banker won't backfire. Okay, I think enough of the insults on trackpad users. I think we have insulted trackpad users enough for today. It's not. Let's stop it. It's not within our character. Let's stop it. Hero, we continue. We died here. Trackpad users, we are all in big trouble. Okay, so I think this is how it's meant to be. Oh, yes. Yes. And then the last one. Let me see. Am I omitting anything? No, not yet. The last one, let me see the end. Yes. So we are going on our break now. Maybe I'm done with this section. And like I said earlier, the goal is just go and do yours. I'll send a link to these images now. Please go and do yours. The break is for Sam. Break is for how many minutes? 15 minutes. No, we'll have enough for them to get this done. Let's extend it to 30 minutes. So we can actually go to the complex part. Complex part, that's like what I need them to really come into. I don't want them to just think that low-hanging fruit in design is just like these ones are quite simple. It's because I've been talking since now this slow. If I were to be designing alone, definitely would have. And even cautioning myself to not move too fast because of the people who are just learning, who are just here. So they don't think that they are also obligated to move at that pace. You are not. I really want to be sure you are following and you don't feel lost. Well, if you do feel lost, the good thing is that among the comment section, there are incredibly good designers there. There are people who are far better than I am by a mile and more who are willing to help you. You might as well just reach out to them. Is the audio good now? So, my mic. Okay, so like I was saying earlier, sorry for the break. My mic is working fine. Let me check. My mic is working fine, Sam. Hey, see my nigga. Asimudia, my boss. Let me leave and join. Okay, so and we are good. Sorry for the break, and we are back. I see all of my G's here. I saw my guys them. Thank you all for coming. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Super grateful. Thank you all for coming. So let's continue, and hopefully you guys send me money. So let's continue. Here, back, here, back, here, back, 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 back. Sorry, why am I using the wrong color? Okay, and we are done. Are we? For the most part, I have not altered the stroke color. Doesn't mean you can't. You can alter your stroke color. You so desire. Always remember you can. So, and we are done. So, thank you all. Oh, are we almost? There are three intersecting blacks here. So there are three black sections here. Let's give them. Something is missing. Sorry for taking your time. I really apologize. Something. 1, 2. This part is not connected. It's meant to. Something is not connected here. That's why it's not selecting it. Let's find out. Okay, so let me just repeat. It's connected. So which part is not connected? Okay, let's try it again. And there we have it. So now this is me just cleaning out all the rogue lines that needs to go. All the rogue lines are being cleaned, of course, and you will do the same. Because I said there's no burden of perfection doesn't mean that you can't do the same. So yes, the break starts now. You can all go for break. We are done. I'm going to be sharing the illustrations on my Twitter account now, so everybody can go grab it there. Hey, see, this place is meant to be white. Let me just do it now. This is the downside. I should have done this earlier. So you are getting the image now, and then you are strongly recommended to do the same. So you don't get too lost in just seeing the video. The designs, we are going to do the same thing on Illustrator, on Adobe Illustrator anyway, but I'm sure it's going to be faster there. I mean, that's Adobe. And sorry, and we'll move on to similarly more complex designs. So yes, we have done this. Let's, why now? Why are you stressing me out? This is meant to be right. And there you have it. So we have done two. I'd strongly recommend you do two, but let me just take out these designs and I'll send them to you on I'll send them to you online. So the time now is 9:39. We'll be back what time? 10, let's just say 10 o'clock. 10:15. 10:15, we'll go to the more advanced designs. LFG people, thank you for coming. Okay, I can see some of you are bold enough to say trackpad designers are good. Well, good for you. I have no hard feelings. But welcome back, everybody. And I'm sure we had a short time with that part. So I want to do Boolean operations, primarily bordering on shapes. I'll be calling on Ono shortly. I know you all know Onos. So okay, so let's continue, people. It's fine, whatever phase or whatever stage I've gotten to. The video is always there for you to reference, and you can post your image so we can see. But going on, I want to quickly show you shape operation. And like I said, immediately I'm done with the shape operation, I'll be calling on Onos to come and actually give you character illustration. We are targeting a 2-hour class after this, so we don't stay too long. Illustration can be very time consuming. So let's start. Let me now go into Adobe. Hey, yes, let me go into Adobe and show you something here. Quickly replicate, do it in Adobe and then quickly replicate it in Figma, and then you'll see it. So, like I said, we are not dealing with shape operation. We have done Bezier curve, we have done understanding pencil, and now I want to do shape, fundamental of shape operation, especially for product design. Especially for product design, it's really key that I touch on this point. So, what are the things you mostly see when you are looking at product design? You see something like coins. So let's make our coin. We start with the circle, but we don't want it to just be flat. Well, we can just make it flat if we so desire. Pull it down a bit, take away the fill, and then take your pen to P to join these lines together. But then just click and drag it here too. Command Y, yeah, precision matters. Precision matters. I'm moving a bit further now with my expectation on how you all design. So yeah, precision matters a lot, a lot. So, but let me continue with this. I'll be quick because bonus has to come in time. So just bear with me, bear with my movement a bit. And when it seems like I am moving too fast or too far, you can just let me know in the comment section. So for this one here, I would literally require everybody to give me keen attention. Plus, I don't expect you to just understand it all of a sudden. I'm using my shape builder tool, as you can see. This is my shape builder tool. If I want to combine two shapes, I just select them and I drag over them. If I want to remove a shape, I press Option and then I take it out. So let me take another, or let me just take the one in the middle. Yes. And show some depth. Take this out. Yes, yes. Then remove the rogue lines, like we always do. These are like the low hanging fruit. These are like the first entry point into illustration or design. So this is a very flat coin and it's facing us. So the same idea can be used. Let me just get our Naira currency. Let me just say Naira. Is it still frozen on your end? Please, what is? Let continue. Okay. So this is a text. I want to convert this text to please, once the screen is frozen again, let me know. I want to convert this text to you can't treat it as an object, but I want to convert it to an object. So you say objects, I wanted to use my keypad combination and just expand. And then it expands it into an object and fill. And you say yes, okay. And now you have your object. You can select it and with your shape builder tool or your pathfinder tool. There should be a pathfinder tool here, but I just hope I'm not confusing anybody, at least not now. You can merge everything together. These are like Boolean operations you see on Figma. You can merge things together like this. So, or you can just use your shape builder tool. For most parts, disclaimer, I use my shape builder tool. I really don't use my pathfinder tool that much. I'm just putting it out there. So, whichever one you find incredibly easy for you to use, you'll be comfortable with it. I just duplicated it on itself so I can make that I can make the desired. Let me pull it closer a bit. Stay with me. Now, if you check closely, this is still within the same perspective. It's just flat looking at me in the face. You can go other direction. Let me take out the ones inside. I selected everything. So I have no. Let me not confuse myself. Come close to the edge like this. And just stretch it. Okay, so yours does not have to be inside here. Your own can be outside here if it's more comfortable for you. So your selections don't mix up, don't get mixed up. And there you have it. You can group it together if you so desire, and then bring it inside here. You have done a very basic coin, very basic, very, very basic. Nothing serious, nothing demanding here. You can rotate it to give it perspective, or as you so desire. Another thing you can do is you can actually start out this way and duplicate it. If you want it to have perspective from the get-go, duplicate it. Remember what we did? Use your pen tool to touch all the angles. I press escape once I'm no longer joining points. That's what you saw earlier. You can also Command C, Command F, or Control C, Control F if you're on. The thing about Illustrator is that there are a lot of ways to achieve a lot of things. So nothing is set in stone. Just ensure you're using the tool that gives you what you want. That's what counts. So I'm using my shape builder tool to why was this error always happening? To complete all the edges. So duplicate this again, bring it down to show depth. You can do this. It is as easy as it gets. If you are struggling, you can always come back to this video. I'm trying to beat time because bonus is waiting. So this is let me copy that, okay? So let me type Naira. I used Inter so I can get my Naira symbol. If you use another font, you may not get it. There was a small issue that happened earlier, but let me just continue. For another time, please, this is what you should do. When you get your shift, I'm holding that shift to get the perfect circle. As I draw, I'm putting this inside. For another time, if you are doing this and you're adjusting it, adjust it together so that you get the same perspective, Just adjust it together before you now start making your coin out of here like this. And then remember the process that was done. So it helps to keep things intact. Okay, can you all, I want to be sure you all can now see my screen and follow me. Okay, so now take this. Okay, let me go back. I took this out from here. Do you remember what I did? I had this first, then I will have to move fast a bit, just bear with me. And then I duplicated it. I took it out. Then you can just come to object, expand. This is a text, but you want it to be treated as an object. That's why we're doing that. Then duplicate it down to face this side. You know, that's the perspective we're dealing with. The one on top, give it a different color. Possibly just give it any color you want, just to differentiate what you're looking at the top and at the base. Ensure the lines under a line like that, so you don't get to, and then start to remove. Another thing you can do is just ensure the one on top is on top. Command Shift. Yes, you can do that if you so desire. If that makes things easy for you. I just brought it to the top. Let me show you what I did. Sorry, show it to my keyboard, to my key functions. So this one is behind. So I just come underneath and then I say this one is behind this one on top. So I will send this to the back, arrange, send it to back. So I sent it to the back. I just use my keyboard function to get that done. Can you see it? I'm sure you can see my keyboard on your screen. My keyboard functions showing on your screen. Okay, so now that I've done this, Illustrator affords more flexibility. That's why I see as well I'm moving fast. I'm sorry. So let's take out the, like we used to, take out all the lines we don't need. All the jarring lines. We just need this together. Or just take this out and then duplicate this. It should be easier that way. So I hope you are following me. I really do hope that you are following me. So we can delete this since we have the shape we desire, and then push this up a bit. Okay, so we're good. Command G, take this out, and then put this back in. You can increase its size if you so desire. And okay, so when it's an outline, we get to see all the lines we don't need. So let's take them out. Let's take them out. Make. So this, like I said, you really can't outsource practice. That one you'll have to do it yourself. A truckload of practice. You need it a lot. I don't know if I can say more than what I'm saying, a lot of practice is needed, like a lot. Let me see what's going on here. Like a lot of practice is needed. You can't like I'm my selection tool is now direct selection tool because I want to select the notes and pull them down a bit. Since I can't, I selected those two and then I'm pulling them down a bit. So the lines look very cohesive. Same thing here. Okay, so there we have it. I might as well just, yes, this together. What am I missing? Okay, let me just correct that. No wall. Let me just come here and I've selected my pen tool. I'm pressing shift to add to the node. Okay, and there I have it. I just added it back. If you are confused, don't worry. You need a truckload of practice for Adobe Illustrator. Figma, that guy said the same as though Figma. See, our leg is missing here. Figma is a bit more easier to handle because it is fairly constraining. Adobe Illustrator is very flexible, very flexible. You can go back and forth on it and you still achieve the same thing. So I'm trying to ensure, I'm not even started yet. So I'm trying to ensure everything is well done. Okay, so now that we have this, you come to your stroke. All of these functions I'm selecting here, all these functions, they are all in your windows. So if you don't see them, just come to your window and search for them. This is stroke. You come to your stroke and tell it you want rounded cap. Do you know why I did that? For things like this, when they intersect themselves, the cap and the corner should be rounded. Now look at this place. Can you see it? So it makes it neat. It makes it neat in appearance. The cap and the corners. It makes it neat in appearance. Again, remember I mentioned stroke. All your stroke have to be the same width. If your strokes are not the same width here, except if that's what you're intentionally trying to adjust, trying to achieve. When you select everything like this, let's say 3, let's say 2. Now look at what happens. When I say 3, see this rogue protrusion. It's because here too. Now you see rounded takes away that rogue protrusion. So rounded, no, not this. The align stroke should be at the center. Then it should be 2 back. So this is how we basically just use shape to achieve what we want. Now again, this is my method. Someone else has another method that would achieve this in record time. So we are all having different approaches based on what we are all trying to achieve. Like it's good you know that for free that people have different approaches depending on what they are trying to achieve. So trying to make call, I think I can. Should I delete this? Let me just keep it. So you are trying to take this out. You can make a lot just with this, like a lot. So you can come here and say everything should be filled, give you white, so that when things are sitting on it. So you can come here, instead of doing the same, I just select this is my eyedropper tool. The thing about eyedropper tool is that it selects the property, not just the look. It selects the property of what you're asking it to do. Everything don't have fill, but because this one has fill, once I click on it, this automatically gets filled too. Look at it. Can you see it? This also, when I click on this, it takes that property of field. So here you have it. You have your Naira stacked on themselves very easily. Very, very easily. Depending, like I said, depending on what you are trying to achieve. Depending on what you're trying to achieve. So this is illustration 101 for product designers. The fun thing is that even if you're not a product designer, but you have grit, you can get this going. So we just did a very simple Naira illustration. 1. Now let's move on quickly to what you have seen most times. You see, I gave it personality by giving it perspective. Shapes here is everything. Literally, shapes here is everything. Now, I may be taking time longer than I am meant to. Sorry, I said I might be It might seem like I'm rushing. It's because I don't want to take time more than I'm meant to. The kind of illustrations we are trying to cover are really, they are wide. And for that reason alone, I'm trying to run very fast, very fast. And I don't want to delay our guy who is waiting to come on board, who will be introduced properly shortly. There are a lot of ways to achieve this, by the way. This is my method. So my method is not the only way. It is not the way. It's just one of the many ways you can do illustrate. You can design what I am designing. I'm saying this so it will not. There will be no. When I want to see things in detail, I do command. I do control or command Y, depending on your on the depending on your OS or the device you are using. So I'm trying to ensure that there are no omitted points. I think there are. Even me, I'm choosing the incredibly hard way. I don't know. There are simpler methods to achieve this, but let me show you this all the same. Okay, you have that part sorted, and you have this part sorted. You can take it. I'm pressing Option as I click. That's how I'm able to take away that line. And then you join this together. Take this out again. Take this out again. And then you have this. Now, another thing, just highlight everything together and take out the shapes you don't need. Now, be careful. Don't come and do this. If you do this, you're actually eating into the shape. So just take out, just take out, let me go back. Just take out the line. It's the line you don't need. This line, take it out. This line, take it out. And then take the shape back in. You can do this. And carve your shape. That way, do you know why I did that? That way you still have this without being altered or being tampered with if you want to take it out. And there you have this. Another thing you can do quickly. I'm not going to be talking about adding effects and all that today. Maybe some other time. You just do this, and everything we are doing is really very introductory. Very introductory. It's very introductory, to say the least. Nothing here is absolute. They are all introductory, which means that there's still more we can do. There's still more we are not doing, just for the sake of simplicity and ensuring that you understand what we are doing. So this is a very simple again, select everything, ensure yes, these two are very important. The cap can be rounded too, or head if you so desire. Now let's ensure that the stroke are the same, consistent. And then you have this. You have your notification bell. I can still do more with this, but I'm just going one step at a time. One step at a time. So let's move on. Another way you can do your notification bell. Sam, once it's 11 on the mark, tell me. One should come on board. You should take them from 11 to possibly 1. Another way you can do it is now adding lines. Look at this. That's why I said there are many ways to achieve things, especially when you're dealing with add your anchor point here. To be sure you're on the right track, get a line. Just draw a line. I'm sorry, get a line. I've selected a line, so I'm using my shortcut. I use the /. Then add your anchor point P here. Add another one here. Did I add it? Sorry, that's animation. It doesn't matter. Just add it here. We can always come back. So Okay, so we have added it, and then what you can do is just pull this here, pull this here. Now just follow me. If you want to do it orderly, just click on this and then shift and side arrow 1, 2, also 1, 2. You can get it wider if you want 3, 3. If you are dealing with notes here, you don't have to just double click inside. You have your direct selection tool and then you have your selection tool. So if you are dealing with notes directly, you use your direct selection tool. If you want to select the object, use your selection tool. That's like the difference between this and Figma. In Figma, you have to click into it. Here too, actually, we can click into it and then you get into this place. But to actually deselect your notes, use your direct selection tool. That's like the difference between here and Figma. Nothing serious. And then when you do this, just come to the center and draw till it touches the edges like this. And then you can, however wide you want it to be, however wide you want it to be, it's your prerogative. When you get this done, we're already achieving that shape. How would I know? Now, you just come here and widen it. Can you see it? When you use your direct selection tool, it shows you radius. You automatically see your radius here and here. You can adjust your radius just by dragging it to this side, or just come here and say corner radius 50 or 100. I'm sorry, 100. And there you have it. So there are a lot of ways. The more rounder you want it to be, the more you would flatten, like the more you pull out both edges. I don't want to spend more time here. 1, 2. The more steep you want it to be, 1, 2. The more you can pull out those edges. So whichever one is easier for you. If you want to use the shape builder to build out the shape, go ahead. If you want to use anchor points to get your shape first and on track and then actually building it out manually, you can also go ahead using your radius. The goal is when you're using Adobe Illustrator, there's no one way to get things done. You can use multiple methods to achieve the same thing. It's a matter of what works for you at the end of the day. I'm trying not to take so much time because of the next part that we're working on. Okay, so now let me go back. Control Y helps me see the actual design lines. I mean, if you don't Control Y, you're actually an illustrator. You're actually an illustrator. So now take this out again. You'll be using a shape builder tool a lot. If you notice I mentioned it, then come here, or just select both like this and then widen it out as much as you can do that manually, or you can do that from that top. And then add your circle. I know you all get the general idea now. At the top, whichever way you want it to look, you can, instead of adding a circle, you can add, okay, it is not the time to be running different kinds of creativity. But you can, I hold down Shift and Option to drag out. That's how I make those design. Okay, so here goes to the back, or it doesn't have to be that. It could be this. All I am designing currently are low-hanging fruits. Okay, now, sorry, because I know what these things look like, that's why I don't have a reference. That's why I don't need a reference. For you, if you need a reference, please go ahead and what? And use your reference. If you need a reference, go ahead and use your reference. So it doesn't have to be rounded too. It depends on what you want to achieve at the end of the day. And you can all go about it to achieve it. If you need a reference, get a reference. If you don't know the reference, go ahead and handle your designs without reference, depending on your use case. So that is what, so notification bell, I've seen enough of it in my lifetime, not to need a reference, not because I'm good at design. I've just seen enough of it. And so that's why. We have done that in 2 methods, but I'm not going to use multiple methods. I'm just going to continue design. Now, there's something else I wanted to see here. See, I started with this two. 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm using my direct selection tool for most part. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't matter. So don't get too, please don't get too worked up with how is it doing it. I'm just using my direct selection tool. I'm trying to make a perspective with this. Again, for the most part, it depends on what you are trying to achieve. Please always remember that part. I keep mentioning it. At the end of the day, all of this boils down to what you're trying to achieve. That's like the most important thing to always have at the back of your mind. What are you trying to achieve with it? What's this corner radius? Let's do 25. Let's do 25. Okay, so after we have done this, my pen tool, just to get a line, and then take everything, use your um, eyedropper tool to ensure that the lines are all consistent. Consistent line is very key. Consistent line is very, very key, especially in illustration. Consistent line is very, very key. I don't know how to explain this more than I am doing now. If your lines are not consistent, it gives off this rookie vibe. Like you are just starting, you literally are just starting illustration. It's usually not, I'm using my shape builder tool to quickly make these two different shapes. It's not giving. It's not meant to give what is meant to give when you see. I'm talking like proper Gen Z. When you don't do it. Okay, so pay attention here. Please just pay attention. The perspective is here. Hey God. The perspective is towards this side. The perspective is here. Okay, this is like magic. Can we go to Figma soon? Yes, we can go back to Figma, but I promise that I will be Illustrator. And honestly, I'm actually now doing the product design Illustrator. Everything I did in the first class was, to be honest, it's just child's play. I'm being sincere. This is the actual thing we came here for. And I don't want to shy away from the real work. Don't worry. Just, you can always come back to this video. You can always come back to this video. Oh no, so you do those designs in Figma. Well, that I think is, I know. Okay. Except you have, except if I press down, see my anchor point automatically is telling me that to take it out. No, so I press shift to add to it regardless. Here too. If this is looking like Illustrator class can be crazy, I know. You know, let me it can be very crazy. And that's why I said 10 moments. That's why I said for designers, at least people already designing. For the first time, I will say it. Even people who have been using CorelDRAW, yes, I'm sorry I'm saying that, but you know we have to compromise. People who have been using CorelDRAW. So this is the actual work that you should really get a hang of. This is the real thing I owe you guys. And if I'm not doing this thing, I don't know, sir, it just feels like I'm cheating you because what we are meant to do, we have not done it. That's what it means. That's literally what it means. So all of you should bear with me. I hope I'm not going to confuse you people with what I want to do next. No, I won't. Just hang in there, people. I take my. Are you feeling it? Hey, I know, I legit know that people, a lot of people are just going to be quiet here. Or about that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but this is very important. Like, this is what we are meant to do. And hopefully, sir, hopefully another time we'll be able to come back here, because I'm sorry, who is that person? Who's the person who made that comment? Okay, so you know what? I will pause after this. I'll pause, and I won't go any further. I won't go any further because it seems a lot of folks are lost here, and that's not, in fact, that's not speaking well, because that's not what this class is meant to be. The class is meant to be very, very beginner friendly, but I think it's not. It's evidently not achieving that purpose currently. So we'll pause on this side, and possibly who knows? It's who knows I pity. It's who knows I pity, because what it's coming to do will be a bit more complex. Will be way more complex than what I am doing. But yes, don't worry. Hopefully, because if I should say I want to go through the normal route to, okay, no, don't let me complicate it. To transform, reflect, vertical, copy. Thank you. I've stopped charging the man. Okay, so um, I want to believe that some of you will understand what is going on here. So you people should not worry. We will get to the point where I'm actually making a very simple version, but and it's because I had a perspective that is causing the trouble. I'm very positive it's the perspective that is causing the trouble, but I'm just preparing your heart ahead of what Unos is coming to do. It's fairly more complex than what I am doing. But yeah, brace up. This is the hard part, and I mean, and this is what we said we wanted to do. Illustrations really can take time. They can be very, I moved that back up. They can really, really take time. They can be very, in a sense, tricky to achieve. Very tricky to achieve. And this gift box I'm working on is still I think now you would appreciate illustrators more. You appreciate the things we see our folks doing in the design space. We appreciate them more because now we sort of grasp the kind of complexity they grapple with in making things as simple in appearance as possible. It's a serious business. It's a serious business of time being consumed. I've not had a color, I hope you know, which is intentionally so. Intentionally so. I've not had a color. If I wanted to go further, I'll say, oh, referrals. This is what you say, oh, referrals, but let's just leave it hanging. Did someone say Abu? Okay, done. Um, so let me go to the easier ones and then I'm out. Okay. I want you all to just stay with me. Just stay with me, please. So Command D to duplicate. Okay, so here, we now have this together, and I'll just quickly run this. And don't worry, I'll just stop. I'll stop on this because I feel like a lot of people are already getting lost. I'm trying to be as okay, sorry. They say we are back online. I just group it together. I group it together and then I will come. I need share tool. I use that as my point and then I pull this backward a bit and then this a bit again. I'm quite serious when I say, and I'm honestly, I mean, oh sorry, let me add this up. I'm quite serious when I say these are the low hanging fruits. Like everything you are seeing here is super, super simple. I'm not trying to scare you. I am just being sincere. They can get more complex than you're looking at it. And really, like I said, you tend to appreciate the things you see on the internet, the things you otherwise take for granted. Is it not, at least now you're experiencing firsthand that it is not what you think it is. It isn't. It isn't that simple. So tracing it is easy, but creating it from scratch isn't. And that's why I started with the easier part of let's just all trace. Tracing is the easiest thing. But you know what's not easy? Why not? Why? It's designing from scratch. Okay, let me remove that. Okay, so my work here is almost done. So yeah, let's just and then the last part is here. Let's just take this. Because I don't want to confuse you, I'll just increase the stroke to 9, and then I'll say object, expand, make it a shape, then remove the fill, or just switch it or shift X. And then come, take out this part. I don't know why I just legit, I feel pity for people who absolutely have no idea what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I really mean it when I tell you I'm sorry. I really do. I am really sorry. I'm sorry you are going through this. For people who feel lost, I want you to know I am with you. I used to be like that, but I did not give up on illustration. Illustration, the thing is, the more you do it, the more you realize that it seems as though it's a bottomless pit. You can literally just keep going and going and going. And you're even not yet done. I don't want to make this, okay, I'll have to do that. You just find out you're going, and you're not done. You are literally not done. So, did you just take something there? Let me see. Okay, it doesn't matter anyway. Let me just, let me just take this out. Hopefully I did. Okay, I did. So let me now duplicate this. Oh, what else am I? Okay, sorry, just give me Command C, Command B. I want to be sure I'm not taking what I don't need to take. Take this out, delete. You can as well just take this out and delete it. That's the thing. I don't want this to be destructive, so I'll just join it back. Take this, any of this, join it back. I just hope I'm not confusing. You know what? I hope I'm not confusing anybody. I don't want this to be destructive, meaning I still want the stuff to retain their structure. So I just put this back in. I know some people are lost, and that's fine. It's absolutely fine. I'm not saying this to just say things. I'm saying that it's actually fine if you are lost. This one is not banter for mouse or trackpad. Everybody is affected because if you are literally just starting out, you definitely will feel out of touch, and I don't want it to. So I'm with you in solidarity. But brace up, what Onos is coming to do is a bit more demanding than what I have been. So okay, I think three is enough, Sam. But what do you think? Let me take this out. Oh, sorry. Let me just select it and okay. Take this down a bit. The trick is to make it as aligned as possible. So what I'll just do is align everything to the base. Hopefully they all look better. Now let me move it back a bit. Yes. Do you know why I'm being careful to not make it destructive? I'm going to explain soon now. The reason I'm being careful to not make it destructive is because I want to be able to add colors to it without having to reconstruct it from ground up. And that's why that's important for me. So now we have this done. This is a very very low-hanging approach to design. So these are assets you use in your product design. They don't have colors yet. And I'm not going to add color because I'll be taking more time adding color. But I did them in such a way that I can literally decide to add colors on these things and add effect without this being affected. I can take them off. That's why I was being careful with the way I designed it. So they are non-destructive approach. So I will pause here. But this what you are looking at is literally what I mean when I say product illustrations. This is the real product illustration. Let me group it together that we're actually doing now. What we are doing now is the actual product illustration that I advertised that you should come for. What we did earlier was just getting you onboarded on illustration straight. I will pause here and maybe at another time in life, I will teach you how to design briefcase. General assets you see on your phone when you're on your mobile devices. The illustrations you see regularly, the send. Oh no, it's probably 5 minutes. The send that you see, the paper plane that you see. I press shift. This one is even so common. I'm sure you have all seen it at some point. I don't need to do that. I'm sure you have seen this well enough. They are literally very easy to do. Very easy. Am I confusing anybody? Honestly, I think I am. Oh, sending. And then if you combine this, with this, confirm transaction or transfer or whatever, you use them in your illustration. I might as well just bring it on top. And boom, you have it. Now imagine what we did earlier, which was drawing hands. And then you might as well just draw a hand and put it in between. I'm sure you all get what I'm trying to say. This is the actual thing you came here for, but all of you are lamenting. So now, I'm sorry, I've done something bad. What I've done that is bad is that I'm designing with a lot of experience on my head, in my head. So it sort of looks easy. It wasn't this easy for me. And I strongly recommend, like someone, like Ebenezer said, try to sketch things out for you. If sketching really helps you quickly make sense of what you're doing, try to sketch. I still sketch today. I do a lot of sketching. Try to sketch things out for yourself and make sense of what you're about to design. If after you have sketched it out, you can now come and trace if that works for you. But I just build straight. For me, I just build straight because I've dealt with them long enough and I do shape builder. So I want to welcome Monos to come and handle character illustration. Monos is a very good friend. Yes, we have done Figma. We are not done yet. We will not be able to go back to Figma. We are trying to ensure this does not go past 4 hours. Like it doesn't go past 4 hours at most. So, and we might be going close to 5 hours because Onos is coming on board now. to take illustration for character, it's possible to have another leg of this where we just do pure Adobe illustration from ground up and then separately pure Figma illustration from ground up. Because I've never done shape builder and illustration or Boolean operation. We don't have that time. So I want to welcome Monos as they come on board. Thank you, boss. I think you can take over.
All right. Okay. Hey guys, my name is Onos, as Leah has introduced me. I'll be taking us on an introduction course on character illustration. I know Leah has said a lot, but what I'll just say is this thing takes practice. Don't let it scare you. We'll go straight into it because I really don't want us to, take so much time. This is my face. If you see me on Twitter, it's usually an illustrated face you see. Someone who is smiling because I'm always cheerful. So, anyways, we'll go straight to character illustration. So, I think one thing I want us to know about product illustration is product illustration generally, they bring a human feel to your designs, to product in general. So even if you're just a normal designer, you do graphics, or you're a brand identity designer, or you're a product designer, this illustration still work for you. So we'll be diving straight into character illustration. I've been reading the comments for a while, but so what I would just say is, the initial idea was, for us to do some sketch and then create from there. But I think it might be too complex. I don't want to use the word complex so much. I don't use the word complex so much. So because the point of this lesson is not for us to either be scared or go about things. But what I would say is you spend more time actually practicing these things. If you spend more time practicing it, nothing here is actually magic, because while we are doing something little, it actually means a lot, because the more you practice, when you do something simple like this, it's going to look like a whole lot better. There's a difference when you start doing things very simple like this. When you start mixing colors and all, like your designs will look way better. So even if you're doing something simple or you're doing something complex, practice and you understand the basics, then you will do way better. I'm not here to give advice immediately, so I'll just go straight into sharing my screen. I share all screen, right? All right. Okay. So I'm sharing my entire screen. Sorry, we mainly use Google Meet, not these Teams, so it's still a bit complex. Okay, so now I'll still use the same board layer was on. So I want this class to be a bit interactive. So now I'm going to, because I'm looking at the comment section as well. I don't know if they've caught up with me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick 2 illustrations. Right. I'll pick 2 illustrations, and I'm going to leave it up for us to pick which one we'd want to. So these are my pins. So I'll pick 2 illustrations, 2 character illustrations, and I'll give it to us for us to pick which one we'd love to recreate. Okay. All right. So if you can hear me, I'll pick it for us now. Left or right? Which one would want to go for? Quickly, so I don't really take much of our time. It's not complex. I'm going to try and debunk that word instead of using the word complex or something. It's not complex. Yeah. Regardless of whatever you see that is happening here, if you take if you just try and practice it or you come back to this video, trust me, if you do it like this, or maybe you take another illustration and you practice it again, trust me, it's not going to be anything new to you anymore. So now we have okay, let me just put this. So let's do right. Okay, let me just, okay. What I'll do is, we're also on a time crunch as well. So regardless of which one we do, we're going to color it. We're going to add color. So even if we're picking the right, there's no way to create a poll here. So that'll be easier with a poll. I'm still new. Okay. Will I say voting starts or voting ends now? So regardless of left or right, we are going to, well, it's going to be colored, so don't fret. But I may have to reduce the details on some of them, just so we can speed through this class. Okay, I'm seeing more right. I'm seeing more right. Might have to switch for right then. It's fine. I think what you can do as a take home is the left after we're done with the right. Okay, we'll do right. We'll do right. So what we'll do as a take home is you do the left. I'll bring the left to this corner here. All right. Sorry, I'm a bit forward into the future, so I'm seeing more of your comment now. So in case, I've already chosen, I've seen so many comments on right, so I'm just deciding to go with the right. So if you think, I picked left, I should have picked left, I'm sorry. I just saw more rights before I started. Okay, right is right, support, interesting. Okay. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to explain some core things for those of us starting off with Illustrator. Now we're doing character illustration. what we're going to do is I'm going to tell you some specific tools that you should hold, like you should practice. You should practice and understand very carefully. Do you understand? So now basically these are some of the tools. This left section here is your toolbar. It's going to be your bread and butter. If you and this part here, this right side, let me just call it the properties tab, just to make it easier for you. So any tool you pick here, any tool you pick here and you use it to create an object or whatever here, you will most likely see the corresponding properties here. Do you understand? The properties you see here of that tool you're selecting here, you use it to edit what you're dropping here, but more things like how you get to affect it, how you get to interact with it, you will see it more on the tools on the right here. Hope that's not too complex. So now, okay, it's not complex. All right, so basically here are the tools we're going to be using. The selection tool, you see the shortcut there, V. The reason why I'm saying, you see the shortcut is if you want to get better at Illustrator, if you want to get better at Figma, you need to know how to use shortcuts. I think research has proven that like shortcut reduces the time spent on the product or even efficiency. It increases your efficiency by like plus 15 minutes, or it reduces the time, your time frame by like minus 15 minutes just using shortcuts. That's what we're going to be using here, because we're taking you straight from beginner to like amateur straight up. You understand? So yeah, we'll be using this selection tool, direct selection tool, lasso tool, pen tool, the shape tool, the shape builder tool, which is here. Sorry, these things are. Give me a moment, please. What's going on here? I'm looking for my tools. All right, sorry. I could not see the icon. I'm even using glasses. I'm still not seeing these things clearly. All right. So the shape builder tool, using the shape builder tool, the rotate tool, the ellipse tool, the pen tool, the lasso tool, the direct selection, and the quick and the selection tool. So now Layup walked us through the shape builder tool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try. He was meant to touch up on Boolean operations, the ones you see on Figma. I'm going to show us how to use the Boolean operations here as well, which is like the divide, the outline, the merge, and all of them. I can't see the what they call it. Give me a moment, please. I can't see the Pathfinder tool here, so I'm going to add it. So if you want to add any tools you're not seeing on your right section of this toolbar, you just come to your Windows tab and you look for the Pathfinder. So we're going to use the Pathfinder tool a lot. All right, the Pathfinder has come out. So we'll use the Pathfinder, the Pathfinder and align tool a lot. We'll also make use of the layers tab. The layers tab is going to be your bread and butter because we need it a whole lot. So now this is layers here. When you want to start creating character illustrations, you need to know how to use layers a whole lot. Now let's start. So basically, this is the sketch work. I want to keep it down because I'm going to trace on it. So now one major good use of practice, or one major practice you should know how to do is you take the illustration you want to create, you put it on the side, you understand, you put it on the right, and on the left, you start drawing it outside. So what I mean is basically you put this illustration on the side. When you want to start practicing, instead of tracing on it, you start drawing on the left side instead. You understand? That's one major important method of practicing. But just for our sake, we're going to start with tracing, and we'll try and trace this very quickly. So now, when you take references, there's a function on Illustrator. If you need, okay, let me just go straight into this. When you have your shape here, this is what we're going to do quickly. From in this shape builder tool is out of. Okay, something wasn't coming up. So now this is the create new layer. So now what I want to do is on a new layer. I don't want to trace on this current one, so I'm going to create a new layer. Now this new layer is where I'm going to do all my tracing on. So now this current layer that has this what they call it, that has this illustration, this is what I'm going to do there. I'm going to come here and you see a word called templates. Now, this word called template is when you want to draw above something, you use the word template. You notice what happens when I select template. Can you see it has reduced the opacity of this item, of this sketch here? It has reduced the opacity and it has locked it as well. So now I can't move it anymore. You understand? I can't move it anymore. So now I'm going to come to this second layer because this one is locked. So if I even try and do anything, like this is the pen tool. If you notice there's like a disabled icon on the pen tool, I can't draw on this layer. So it's on this next layer I'm going to work on now. And I did that by clicking on this create new layers. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to zoom in and I start tracing. Now, I'll just be tracing generally. Just forget if the lines just have to touch. That's the most essential thing. And also, when you're creating character illustrations, I would show us how to, understand character illustrations. I just want us to go into the meat of it quickly, so that after that, I give us a brief breakdown on forms, gestures, lighting, shades, and expressions. You understand? We'll go quickly into that. But first, let's even do something in character illustration. So I'm not just only talking, because I know I talk a lot. So yeah, we start tracing quickly. If you notice, I'm not even drawing the curve because I'm trying to use as little points as I can. So now, if you notice, this is on fill. So why I will come here quickly. You see this swap fill and stroke. I switch it here. It has swapped it from fill to stroke. So now, remember I told you we're going to be using this selection tool and direct selection tool a lot. So now, after I've used the pen tool to create this icon, you start taking note of all these shapes. You come to the direct selection tool and you select this point. See, this is an anchor point. Select this point. A rounded icon shows here. What you just do is you select it. You notice it's selected now, and you just draw. Can you see? That's what happens immediately. So instead of having to come and start drawing, like, trying to pick it like this, do you understand? This makes it way smoother. And now this is one trick you will see more experienced illustrators use. They are not going and they are like, they are not tracing everything one for one. You understand? They are coming and they are creating anchor points and they are rounding it. Now, the reason why you round this thing is it's way smoother. You understand? It's way smoother when you do it this way because it looks very clean. And that's why you will see some simple illustrations, they will look very, very clean. It's because of they are using minimal points. So if you want to make your illustration, especially character illustrations, if you want to make them look very good, you have to reduce your use of points. So like you're not coming here and you're drawing one point, you're not coming here and drawing another point. It's going to look very wobbly. If wobbly is a word, pardon me. So you notice I'm not trying to get the exact shape. All I'm just trying to do is to ensure I got the ear. As far as you understand that's an ear, it's fine with me. You understand? I'm using very, very little shapes, very little anchor points. I just keep drawing. Can you see? I'm just trying to use my possible best to ensure I'm using just minimal points to draw above everything. So even if it ends there, I'll come back to all these lines later. Let's not just dwell on that. Sorry if I'm not talking too much. I'm trying to ensure we're in focus mode. Just pay attention to what I'm doing. So also, if you notice this shape is not what you want, like, I'm trying to do something straight, but this one is already curved. If you look at the tracing method, so what you do is you hold Alt on your Windows and Option on your Mac, you click it, and on this point, you notice that like when I do it, when I click on it, that point leaves. Can you see now it's straighter, and I can then come back here and make it curved. Do you understand? If this place is too sharp, you can just select this and you make it rounded a bit. If that was too Sorry for the break in transmission. Do you notice there are a few places I'm just trying to ensure I'm using minimal points. The more you make, the more you're using little points, the more your design gets way accurate. Okay. Okay. I have to. So there are cases where you need to use the. Also, if you want to break, I did not even say this earlier. If you're done with this endpoint, you understand, and you want to start a new anchor, you understand, you have to press the P, shortcut P, or you press the pen tool again. It's going to break this, and you can start drawing again. You understand? If you don't do that, you notice this line is following you, it will continue. But seeing I want to draw a new one, I press the P shortcut, and it takes me back to the start, and I can just continue drawing. So I'll try to go way faster. Yeah. This shoe may look a bit complicated. So I'll just remove some complex items on the shoe. Okay. If you notice now, these are some parts where you can use the anchor tool. You see how this place is sharp? Now, what I would just do is areas that are sharp like this, you go back to your direct selection tool, you can use A as the shortcut. Then you select this. It's not selected yet. This convert. You notice how it's making it looking. It's telling you, okay, it's time to round this place. So that's just the round tool. It's not selected yet. So what you do is you click this. It's round. It's selected now. Then when you click, you hold and you drag. You get same thing we do here. You click, then you click, you hold and you drag. It's going to be way rounded. Now let's come back to the other hanging fruits in there's voice. I'm clicking P every time I need to create a new line. You understand that doesn't, that is not connected to the previous one. I'm sorry, there's something I might do shortly, and while it might seem a lot, let's just take it as it is. Okay. I'll try my best to almost finish this shape quickly. So if you notice, I'm making this straight, the same trick I did for the chin of the lady. So I come, I make this rounded, select this again, and I make this rounded. Now, another thing is you can even do this for custom illustrations as well, where you have, you pick an illustration you already like. You pick an illustration you already like, and all you're just doing is maybe you don't like the way the hand looks. You can just quickly customize it, or you change the color of how it looks, and you already customized it. If you notice, I'm using more sharper edges now. I'm using more sharper edges because it's quite easier to make them rounded and it looks way better and smoother. So it's still the same thing I'll do here. Can you see it's rounded and it's fitting perfectly? Can you see how smooth it looks? I'm also going to just use that straightness here. I'll draw them back though. And like I said, just forget about how things are looking first. We're going to use our first Boolean operator from here. So yeah, there's the unite, there's the minus, there's the intersect, different ones. I may not be able to go through all of them. I'll just go through some major ones we'll use in this project. So here we don't need to use any pen tool. You can just use your circle, your shape tool, ellipse tool. I'm going to use the shortcut L, and I'll draw it out. Now I'm going to draw a ring. Now, one thing that makes even simple illustrations look very good is the amount of accessories you can put, like, how you can really personalize these characters. You understand? Now, it's not necessary, but, one thing or you can see in this current timeline, in this current age, is people wear accessories a lot. People wear rings or wear bracelets. You get, when you're creating illustrations, think of adding earrings, think of adding AirPods, think of adding rings, different accessories. Maybe even you're creating a female character, you can put an anklet. That's the one, you know, the chains they wear on the leg, basically. You understand? You're already, including some sort of personality, some sort of originality to your character. It's going to be very helpful. For example, you're creating a product now, maybe based for farmers. Now you finish creating your farmer character. Some things that can then be nice is, for example, you put a branch on his ear, or you put a branch like a toothpick, all those traditional, what they call them, traditional toothbrush our fathers used to use now, the stick. For example, you can put that on his mouth and show that it has been munched on, like it has been beaten a lot. Do you understand? It's a very, very good way of introducing character, or personality rather, into your character illustrations. It's very, very important to learn these things. Or, when you finish drawing the farmer or the wife, for example, you can put a chicken near her, or a goat standing near the person. Different forms of expressions, just to show more personality to your character illustrations. Sorry, I need to go zoom into this a bit better. I'll use an ellipse tool for this as well, just to make it easy. If you notice, the reason why I'm using these shapes and using this pen tool at the same time is, when Leia was talking about, using shapes as well. I mean, when he was taking the class, he used the pen tool separately, he used the shape tool separately. Now, when you're creating characters, they are inorganic and they are organic shapes. You understand? So now, inorganic shapes are all these ones that are being drawn with the pen tool. So now, most of all these shapes, they are basically two shapes. There's the one that you can draw, that you can draw with the pen, and there's the one that is more geometric. Okay. Sorry, I have to drink water quickly.
It's all good.
I don't know if it's my accent. I just said sorry and Siri came up. So I'm back. Sorry, I just used the scissors tool there. I may not want to explain that quickly. Yeah, so let me just continue. I'm almost done with this because there's a major part I want us to get before I'm done. Now, if you're noticing, I'm not trying to ensure it's perfect to the illustration. You understand? You don't have to do that. You're still learning. Like, it's not necessary. And even when you're drawing, when you're practicing these illustrations, you don't have to make it very perfect. Because the more you spend time trying to make it perfect, the more you're wasting time, to be fair. The more you're wasting time. And like, there are so many other illustrations you could have spent your time, practicing. So I'm just trying to optimize for speed now and speeding this whole thing up. Trying to wrap it up. Okay. Like I've said, and even as Leia said, if you think Illustrator is giving you a hard time, just go back to learning the basic. If you go to what they call it, YouTube, They are quick, they are very, very quick walkthrough videos on Illustrator. You can use that to quickly understand how Illustrator works. And you can then come back to this course. If you think that doesn't work, just let me know. You can always drop a question if you need help or assistance. Let me finish. Oh, wow. Now, like I said, just forget about the parts that are intersecting for now. We'll come back to that shortly when we're almost done. Okay, let me see what is left. Okay, let's create the track on the sweatshirt. Trying to optimize for speed here, so it doesn't have to be perfect. One thing that is really helpful when you're using the pen tool as well is you need to start with a proper anchor point. The next place you're drawing, when you start your point here, you don't just come here and you draw, and you come here and you draw again. Can you see it's getting very wonky? So now what you're going to do is you need to ensure when you're drawing your anchor point, you're making the best of curves, like the best reach possible. Then you're drawing, then you're coming again. That's the best way to learn how to use a pen tool. If you're starting and stopping at little points, it's going to be very, very, the points you'll be making may not come out really good. Again, I'm not drawing and I'm not just making it curved here at the very shortest point. I'm drawing a very, very long one. So basically, for example, you're trying to get the S, you get the first curve here, if you understand. I see it has made the other curve for you. How long can it get to? It can get to here. You make that curve, then you bend again. That's like one of the easiest ways of using the pen tool. Let me just quickly draw the connections of the socks. Then, okay. Okay. I'm not going to draw so many lines on this socks. Okay. So I'll just create a very basic sneaker here. I'm not going to put all the details. We still need to color this up. Sometimes it's very important to zoom in to see what you're doing. I'll come back to those bend shapes shortly, those sharp edges rather shortly. Can you see how it looks well smoother because, I mean, you're the one just making these curves yourself. When you start doing it manually and you're trying to curve them yourselves, it might be a bit tricky and it may not look as smooth. So like, just know when to ensure, you're using the round tool and when you're having to draw the curve yourselves. it's going to, like, save a whole lot of time. If you're trying to cover everything yourself, it's going to, I don't know how long it will take you in doing that. So basically, I'm just going to put little details on these sneakers. If you're practicing this, when you're practicing this later, and you feel like, you want to put all the laces, you want to put everything in order, I mean, you do you at that point. But for now, I'm just going to put the most finest and the little details just to allow you know, okay, this is a sneaker. What else? Okay, let me just include the lace. So I'm going to use that edge technique again here. So if you notice, I'm not like stopping at every point. You try and ensure, you're forming the entire thing. And you're not just stopping at any point. I think what will help here now, for example, this sneaker, I'm creating a full shape before going to other parts. It's going to be really helpful. I hope no one is lost. Okay. All right. I'm glad to see people are following. Like these videos, they would also be uploaded and you can always come back to them. So I'm just trying my best to put the most finest and the most little details I can even put. I think I'll just leave this shoelace for now. But let me just draw one or two. Okay. Let me just leave this. If it looks bad, just blame it on time. I don't want to spend so much time trying to perfect everything. I said I was going to draw only two shoelaces, but I'm sorry, it seems as if I'm drawing everything already. So there's a technique I'm aching to quickly teach you, which is when so one of my favorite style, I mean, the more you get better at illustrations, especially product illustrations, the more you will develop like a particular style you like. One major style, I don't know if you've seen any of my illustrations, I love using lines a lot. So while I there are times when I use lightings, when you use lines, it's way easier to separate colors. For example, for places like this where this skin is they're intertwined and all. If you're just using only colors and you're not using lines, for example, you will have to either start creating a shadow in between the legs, to create that form of differentiation. But once you're using lines, you can easily just forget that. I mean, when you're using lines, you can go in steps, you can go very detailed, you can go very minimal. Because once you have the lines already, it has already created a form of shadow. Let me complete the shots here as well. I think we should be done. Okay, let me add one more detail here. Okay. I have like how many more minutes? Taking all the minutes. All right, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So the only other thing I'm missing. Okay. Nothing much. So now I'm going to introduce you. Leia was showing you a tool called the okay. All right. Okay. So, I mean, Leia showed you the shape builder. So I'm going to show you a new tool to use as well, especially when you're doing line illustrations, like when you're starting from line. It's called the scissors tool. I'll walk us through the scissors tool quickly. So I'm going to use, I mean, if you've used Figma or you've used Illustrator one time, you should understand you should have seen, this unite tool or the minus front, the intersect, or the exclude. We'll go to them, if there's time to cover them. But I'm going to walk us through some new Pathfinder tools or some Boolean operator tools, which is the divide and outline. We'll see how we're going to use outline and divide in this illustration quickly. But first, I'm going to walk us through the scissors tool. Now, how do we use the scissors tool? So now I use the C. This is the scissors tool here, but I use the shortcut C. And now what I'm going to do is any place where I feel I want it to intersect. Okay, first I'm going to create this as a layer first. I'm going to name this layer sketch. I drag this down here. And you see I'm holding it. If you notice, it's the icon you're seeing is more like a fist. And I come to this new, I'm dragging it down here. It has duplicated it. I'm going to turn off the visibility. All right. So now I'm going to call this outline. I'm going to call this outline. There's another beginner tool tutorial you can see on this. If you're someone who spends more time on YouTube, practicing these things, I'll tell you to spend more time on T&T tutorials. It creates outline illustrations a lot. I love them too. So I usually spend time there because I also love practicing these things a whole lot. So now we're going to the scissors tool. Now you see how everything is intersecting. We want to start seeing a sort of breakaway now. Like, let's make this thing look a bit cleaner. So what we're going to do now is you start noticing which one should be behind, which one should be on top. For example, this hand is meant to cover the ball a bit. So I'm going to start cutting some parts. I'm going to use the C tool, which is the scissors, and I start cutting some parts. So when I cut these 2 points, so in Figma, what layer had to do, it had to like create an anchor point in between. So what I'm going to do here is I use the C to cut here, and I cut here, then I press the selection tool, and you see this one is selected, and I can just cut it out. I can press the delete button, and you see it is cut out. Okay, I made a mistake here. Some part is still meant to be left. So let me just go back here. I cut here, and I cut here. Sorry, and I'm going to cut here as well. Using the scissors tool, here I'm on this line, and I just click. The only thing you have to do is to click, and you see it has created a point. So it's more like a scissors cutting through these lines, and I can easily delete this. So I do it for this hair. This hair is also meant to be, okay, I think, yeah, this hair is meant to be also above everything. So I can remove here as well. Now, for example, this glasses now is meant to cover over the eye. So all I'm just doing now is I'm just cutting through them. I'll still come back to all these points that are coming out. We'll get back to them. I'm taking us through a process to see how all of this will be used. I'm cutting out the more obvious parts for now. All I'm just using is the scissors tool, and I'm just clicking. Now, okay. I only want them to intersect. Sorry, it can be really, really tiring when you start illustrating. It takes a whole lot of time. And now, one thing you should even know is we did not start at the beginning. We started at the point of vectorizing what we are doing. There is the point of actually sketching or ideation. We did not even go into all of that. So, I mean, when you, because I think even when you're learning, you should also be asking yourself, okay, what is the point of all this learning? Yes, I know there's the passion side, but also you want to feed yourself, and you want to make money from this thing. So now, when you're seeing all these things and when you're watching tutorials, I think two things you should learn, even as a beginner or someone who has even known these things a bit, or as a product designer, because this course is also for product designers. When you see how long it takes to do things like this, when you see how long it takes to create, yeah, when you see how long it takes to create things like this, you'll be able to gauge properly, like, okay, timelines. When you're seeing how long it's taking to just, I've not even started coloring, I'm only still creating outlines. You see how long it's taking. And for maybe a product designer or a brand identity designer, you still have your brand guideline to create. You still have your product logic or mobile responsive view to do. And you are spending time creating outlines for illustrations. First, you have to set your priorities. You have to know which one you want to do first, because illustrations take a whole lot of time to do. I'm being very honest. You understand? Like, you may have even finished, two dashboard screens, and like on the illustration part, you're still here creating outline, or even sometimes sketching. You understand? So one thing you have to do is, when you're taking on products or projects like this and you're involving illustration, also you know how to charge properly. It's one other major thing you should know how to do. When you're seeing the time and effort, people see this thing out there, they say, oh wow, it's very simple now. But like, when you sit down and you start doing it, you see how long it takes. I mean, it's going to change your whole orientation. It's going to change your whole orientation. I remember saying this class was going to be like, 3 hours or 2. But even just the calendars, he was creating calendars and bells. He called them low-hanging fruits. How long did it take for him to do it? See, if he was meant to do it like, on his own, maybe he will even do it within 2 minutes or a minute. You understand? That's, he said, don't mind him. Yes. Anyways, though, it's going to take a shorter time to do it. That's because of, all these things, it's coming from experience. But like, no matter how long, even if it's 1 minute you're doing them or 2 minutes, all this time counts, having the knowledge or knowing when to use them. So I would really say, as you're even taking your time to look at this and seeing how long it's even taking me to create this, I've not gone to the coloring part at all. Like, I think you should be able to make a good judgment on how you want to charge, or how you want to learn as well. So that when you want to practice, sometimes, if you're learning product or you're working full time as well, it can be very, very tiring or very, very strenuous in practicing this thing. I know people say practice, 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 but I hope I'm not sounding like someone's father in giving all these advices though. But there are some times where you've started all these things, and like, you're a product designer, you're trying to learn products, you're taking courses. You also want to maybe create some custom illustrations, maybe just to create range for yourself. I think what I'll first say is you need to pace yourself. If you've understood the basics of product design and you're introducing illustrations to them as well, no, do you use the shape builder or the scissors tool to cut overlapping shapes? It depends though. I'll come back to that question by Cho. Okay. Sorry for the break in transmission. I'll keep saying it, so to know that, just to let you know, we have your best intent at heart. So I think we've covered all the overlapping shapes. Am I right? So somebody asked a question about shapes or so. For example, I could draw a circle here. I could draw a circle here, and I want to use the shape builder tool. I'm going to show you why I prefer using the scissors tool. It's just based on your decision. So now I've selected both of them. Now let's see what I do. See what will happen when I use the shape builder tool. I remove this. I use holding the Alt key. You will notice the plus has changed to minus. Do you understand? Okay, so I should keep dropping advice. Okay, we are meant to learn skills yet. They shall not just advice. So if you notice, if you're looking at the shape builder tool, the shape builder, you can use the Shift M as the shortcut. So if, in case you've not seen me go to the shape builder section ever since, know that like I'm using the shortcut, please. Yeah. So basically, if you see on this shape builder tool, there's a minus icon here. So that means I'm removing. If I remove my hand from the Alt on the Windows or Option on the Mac, you see that's changed to plus. So I'm going to hold Alt, and I've used it to remove that section. Now what will happen is I have two overlapping shapes. Now, one issue you get to start seeing when you're doing outline illustration is when when they are like two shapes. For example, this bottom section of this half oval here, this bottom section has its own line, and this glasses also has its own line. So sometimes when you start doing some illustrations and you start maybe increasing the width of this line, like I'm increasing the width of this stroke. Once you have so many overlapping outline, what will happen is some parts will start looking thicker than the others. Do you understand? So for example, this part that doesn't have an overlapping line, it will look thin. But this part now, from this line here that is overlapping on this eyeglass line here, it will start having, it will start looking way thicker when you export it. So one thing I would always tell people to do, or always advise them to use. Okay. Can we use the shape builder to cut those parts we cut with scissors earlier? Yeah, that's what I'm explaining. I guess when it comes to the future that I am, you will see the explanation here. But basically, now see the difference between the scissors tool. I just use the scissors tool to cut here. You understand? And like it has overlapped. I'm going to still come back to all these parts that are coming out too. That's the trick I'm going to show you. If you notice, we are on the outline layer, not sketch now, because I use that as like the original layer in case we make a mistake or we lose files, I want to come back to it. So now this one now makes it easy when I remove all these remaining parts. Just follow me. All of this will make sense soon. Let me bring this down a bit. Okay, this here as well. So what else is overlapping? I think we've covered everything that is overlapping, right? Even this lace. Oh no, this lace is not meant to overlap. It's meant to be inside, but I mean, you guys will be focused on this beautiful face, and you will not take note of this lace. So let's leave that for now. Okay. So now what I'm going to do now is, you see this layers tool here. This layers section here, there's a circle here. When you click on it, it's going to select everything on that layer. So now see an example that selected everything on that layer. That's what I want to do. Now I'm going to come to this Pathfinder. Pathfinder is the one layer I was using the big grammar of calling Boolean operators. You understand? So I don't know how to speak big grammar. So I'm just going to be calling the tools that you can see here. It's called the Pathfinder. But the operations you are performing on these objects or illustrations or these lines, these vector lines, they are called Boolean operation. So now what I'm going to come to now is something called the outline. Now this outline, you see what it will do? It will intersect everything that I've drawn. If you notice, one major thing you must ensure you do is all these lines have to overlap each other. If they don't overlap each other, that operation, it's not going to work. So now I'm going to select everything. I mean, I can draw this over everything as well. Or if you want to select everything in that layer, you click this. You've selected everything, and I come to outline. Now, as I've selected outline, you see what will happen when I see, when I select outline, you see nothing is showing here anymore. Let me disable this layer. Nothing is showing here anymore, right? So I have to come back here, and I have to add stroke. I have to add stroke back to it. Now I'll come back here and ungroup everything. Now, when I ungroup all these things, they've been connected together already. So now I'm going to come to this tool I talked about earlier, the lasso tool, and I start selecting. You notice I did not have to start intersecting all these things myself. I'm just coming here now to remove these guys. So I'm using the lasso tool. This is the lasso tool here for those who are asking or who will ask in the future. So I'm going to use the lasso tool to start selecting. So the reason why I prefer using the lasso tool is if I want to select more than 1 point, so I can just go like this. You understand? I can go like this and I select multiple items at once. Please don't fret at all. It's not as it seems, or yeah, it's not complex. Like I said, just practice these things and you get a whole hang of them. So this is the hair section. I'm just picking out things and I'm taking them out quickly. I'm trying to optimize for time here now. I know some people might be yawning. I'm really, really sorry. It's layer that brought me. I know I can be boring sometimes. Maybe next time when I'm doing this, what layer will be doing like subtitle or what they call it, commentary. Can be talking about mouse and trackpad for those that are interested, and you guys can follow along. To be fair, he uses all of them. I'm going to expose him. He uses all of them. So what else? What else am I? Okay, the trouser here. So I'm using the lasso tool. So when you're, like I've said earlier, when you're learning the pen tool, also be a very close friend with the direct selection tool. The pen tool, I think there are two very close friends to the pen tool I'm going to share with you. The first one is the direct selection tool. Second one is the smooth tool. So for those of you that you don't like, you've not gotten really comfortable with the pen tool and you're drawing like at every small point, you're creating a new anchor point with your pen tool. The smooth tool will help you a whole lot. The smooth tool will help you smoothing things out per se. If I can show an example of that, I'll do that after this illustration. There's a whole lot we can cover, but there's still so much we still need to understand. Thank you. You're enjoying the class. It's not boring. Wow. I mean, I'm going to sleep so good this night because Leia always tells me I'm boring. I don't even know why he brought me here, but I'm thankful. I'm very grateful. So if there's anything you guys can learn. See, if Leia goes online and says I'm the one that says he's boring, please don't take note. I'm the one who said it first. So I think any other thing he says negates. Why is it still not selecting? Okay. Wow, this is a whole lot of work. As I'm even speaking with you, I'm really tired. I'm tired of doing this. But what can we say? So it's still the same thing I'll always tell you. Take note of all these things, yeah. All these things. Time yourself while you're practicing all these things. And as I've also told you, few of these illustrations you're doing now, you're doing them with what do you call it? You're doing them by tracing. Trust me, when you get better a bit, what you should be doing is referencing, not tracing. Like you should put it on this side. Okay, this circle is not actually needed. I'm sorry, it's not meant to be there. I'm going to use the join tool because that part was not needed. That's for Command J. For those of us using the this thing, the Windows is this the command? What is command on Windows again? I'm sorry, I'm lost. Okay. If it's not command, just find what command is on Windows. I'm sorry. Sorry, that's control. Okay, command and control. All right. Thank you. Am I missing any other thing? Now, other people might use the shape builder tool. It may be faster, But I'm sorry, I'm a man of layers. Maybe I might change my name to man of layers. Okay, but I'm a man of layers. I prefer layering my items because the reason why you do things like this, you have to pity whoever will use your illustration, most especially the motion designer. You don't want to be sleeping at night and be hearing somebody maybe praying in tongues, cursing you because of he has to take what you are doing. They were not layered, nothing. You understand? And also, if you want to color these things, the shape builder tool will help you create outlines and create colors in the same layer. But I'm going, like, one major part where you're going to get very stressed out when you're using the shape builder instead of the scissors tool is when you want to do things like hand. For example, Leia used Figma. She used Figma. I was showing you how cards were intersecting in hand. It's not the same in Illustrator. In Illustrator, you have to place that finger that is covering the card above. It has to be above the this thing. Like you're not joining anchor points per se. It has to be placed above. Now you're going to sweat if you are doing line. If you are using line illustration and not just card and not just color, if you're doing line illustration, you're going to sweat a lot because when you want to place the hand above, I'm coming. I really need to join this guy together. Okay, I need to select 2 points. This is going to be a problem a bit. Let me bring this one out. Okay, yeah. So as I was saying, you're going to sweat a lot if you're using the outline style, for that, because when you're placing the hand, it's easy when you're using just color to separate them. But if you're using outline and you want to place both of them above, I'm sorry, like I'm not going to show you how you will negate that thing because you're the one that put yourself inside that. Sorry, I was meant to select this. I was selecting the pencil tool. I want to select so much at once, but only one got selected. Okay. Virtual has left me, so I need to regain myself back before I continue talking. All right. There are a lot of points. Please, if I missed anyone, don't come and start dragging me online. I did not see them. I'm trying to be very fast. It's not what I'll do on a normal day. So please forgive me in case I missed any point. Maybe you were even shouting that I missed a point in the comment section and I did not see it. I'm sorry. If you have any questions, you can just be dropping them as I'm doing this so that like we are killing multiple birds. I'm going to join these points as well. The reason why I'm joining these points is for the next Boolean operator I want to show us, which is the divide. Okay. I take it I've covered. Okay, no. Wow, there's a whole lot. Okay. I'm almost done. Please just be patient with me. So if you check T&T tutorial, they've done this there too as well. So please don't just start looking at this thing as magic. Like there's really nothing new under the sun. You just either you expose yourself to people who do these things and you will see them. If you need help, just follow people online, see how they do things, and if you see something you like, just go to the comment section. I've known Leia post things like this. You ask questions there, and I'm very sure he's going to pour answers to you. If you see anyone I still share to, and you feel like, okay, let me ask. I'm not a beast, or I'm not a proud man. I'll try my best to answer. So now we're done with the outline. Please, if you still see any line coming out, please just ignore for now. So what I'm going to do now is to show you the next thing. You know, I created one layer called outline, and that's all you're seeing here. This is the sketch for us, for all of us that don't remember. This is how the sketch looks like. You see how all the lines are intersecting. But now, this is the new one now. Can you see how cleaner it looks? That was because I used the outline Boolean operation. So what I'm going to do here, that's the pathfinder. I'm starting to sound like layer. Okay, so I'm going to draw this layer I copied. I'm going to put it at the bottom, and I'll name this one fill or body, anyone you like. So now what I'm going to do now, after I've named it fill or body, I'm going to take a shape letter, this shape. I use the M tool as a shortcut, and I place it all above it. I'm going to take it away from stroke. I exchange it to fill. Let me use any color red. Now, you can hold the Alt and Control on the, what they call it, on the Windows, or Alt or Option and Command, and the curly brace to bring this at the back. How did I do? Okay, sorry, Shift. Sorry. You hold the Command and Shift, or Control and Shift, then the left curly brace to put it behind this. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to select, you can click this small arrow here to select everything. You understand? I'm a man of layers. Thank you, Ufot. So yeah, you select everything. It's looking, this color is very, very, okay, let me not use red because this layers color is also for selecting item is red. Let me use this blue so that you can still see everything. So now I've selected everything, and I'm then going to come here now to this layer called divide. And I click divide. Now let's see what divide has done. Sorry, I have to ungroup as well. So now, so this is what happens when you divide sometimes. There are some anchor points that I probably had missed here. I'll come back to them. So I can turn this outline back on. I'll come back to this hand that I missed. Let's just go back to coloring. I'm going to color some few parts, but see if you get the logic, you'll be able to do the other parts. Let me just pick an illustration. I saw one brown illustration I liked, that a brown skin illustration. I would prefer using that. Yeah, this. I would use the color of our skin. So I'll just select our skin now and start painting over. Can you see how now it's the divide I use the divide because I've drawn the lines initially. So now it's then now quite easy for me to just go over everything and just start painting over them. Oh shoot, sorry. I'm going to lock this outline so that I'm not affecting the outline layer. I'm only meant to be working on this fill layer now. Do you understand? So I'll lock it so that I don't tamper with anything there. I noticed I already changed the line in one part now. All right, so so like I said, this makes it very easy. If you share this with even an animator, it's very, very easy for them to know where to start from. I'll come back to all these lines that are intersecting. So that is what happens when those lines don't intersect properly. It gets to overlap into other layers. For example, this hand that did not get intersected as well. So there's nothing to select there. I can make the hair, this color of hair is very weird. Okay, so quickly, let's go back to what I'm going to do now is a bit funny. So what I'm going to come back to, I'll lock this layer back and come back to this one. I'll turn off this visibility of this one. I'll select this hand. Select everything. I'll select everything. I'll press Ctrl C. I'll come back, Command C or Ctrl C. I'll come back to the fill layer. I've locked this other one back and I press Ctrl F, Command F to paste in front. So now I'm going to group them and I'll come to this, sorry. So now I'll come to the shape builder tool. So one thing I use the shape builder tool is to confirm if a fill can be created here. So I'm going to click on the shape builder tool. A fill can actually be created. So I'm going to create a fill here and easily select this. Give me a moment, please. Okay. Paste it behind as well. Sorry, something is going really wrong here. From a different layer. So I'm going to select all of this again. I'll lock the fill layer because sometimes when you select these things, when you don't select them properly, it can be a serious hassle. Yes, I've selected everything. Okay, no, this part too. I'll press Command C, Command F. Oh, I see what happened. It got pasted. I see what happened. It got pasted in the outline layer. Even as much as I even still locked it, still went back to get pasted again there. So now I'm going to just, I selected everything and I used the shape builder this time, or I can use this too, but sometimes since I'm working with outline, it doesn't work that way. So I've used the shape builder to unite everything. And let me just quickly select, using the eyedropper to select the skin. And I hold the Command Shift and the left curly brace to bring it down. Then I can go back to the places that are properly linked. Then where else? There's no other skin here. Okay, this guy too. So I just draw out this anchor point so that it has come out here a bit. So if you notice, it was not intersecting here properly. So all I just had to do was to allow it come out here just a tiny bit. Then I can select everything and I create a proper demarcation between them. And we're good. So, okay, I'm still in isolation mode. All right, so now using the outline at the top, I can see where I can easily want to trace through so that it's easy for me. So I think I've gotten the skin tone I need here. Do I need any other thing here? No. I'm going to take another. So basically, even as a product designer, this is where you get to optimize for speed. You're mixing them. You're not just picking one illustration and you're just using it all through. So now I'm picking another illustration. I love the color of this, so I probably would mix this here. So like I explained, one great purpose of using outline per se is having to just mix things, like not having to worry about shadows. When you add shadows and lighting to your illustrations, very simple illustrations, they look way better. Like they look way better. For now, I'm just trying to optimize for speed. So for now, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to use this basic one, like not including shadows. I'm just only going to use outline quickly. Sorry about that. Just have mercy on me. So I'm going to go with this as well, the same skin color. So I'll use this mauve cream on it. All right. So let's go to the sneakers. Okay, the hair. Does this color work for hair? It's a bit too much. But what can we do? Let's go with it. What color should be the balls? That color is terrible for it. So let's go to the nails. I think the ring can be the same color as our hair. Then the glasses, the lipstick first. Let's make it a bit pinkish. What else? These fingernails here. So if you notice, what happens with Shape Builder is as you're selecting all these items, the eyedropper tool picks the properties. So this one that I'm selecting just fill, I'm selecting just a fill. But if you're using Shape Builder all through, what will happen is there will be more outlines and like it will have the property of fill and an outline, which is stroke at the same time. So there's some parts where you just want to use fill, but since it's taking the property, to be taking the outline as well. I think it's something to watch out for. Let's still continue with this. The socks, make the socks white. Okay, now let's make it this yellow color. Make here white. So there are parts, if you still want to add some, I'm going to duplicate this and I'll show you some parts where you can take out some colors out. So let's go to the sneakers quickly. You have to, to some point, start getting more clarity on the type of colors you want to use where. Okay. Sorry for the break in transmission. Family people should hold. His name is Sami Bola. So in case, you're looking for somebody to hold or drag, he's there. It's not Glue, it's not MTN, it's Sami Bola. Okay. I'm just trying to remove some things. That was isolation mode. I don't know if you want to go into isolation mode. Okay. Yeah, so let me introduce, is this a good idea to introduce purple? I mean, we've all seen sneakers like this. Okay, we're back again. Sorry for the break in transmission. Right. Please bear with me, we're almost done. You can hear the so so all right. Okay. Now the glasses. You see, I did not add too much details here. That's just for the purpose of this class. That's not how it's meant to be. Please, please don't drag me. Hmm? Okay, oh, yeah, since it's behind, all right. So instead of using black, I'm just going to use a very dark shade of it. So, it's just too dark. All right. Okay, so let's go to the glasses. I mean, she's obviously a cool babe, so we're going to pick black. We're going to pick black, and I mean, she has to be cool all through. So there's a particular style of shadow I love drawing. There are two styles you can use, but personally, I would say this is my own style because I mean, I like it. So, yeah, let's just add shine on our glasses. So now we're going to use a gradient here. So gradient by selecting this, see the gradient behind this color tool here. I select it and this gradient pop-up shows up here. So now if you're using Illustrator from 2020, it's very easy for you. When you select this color here, you can easily pick this color picker and you select this background here. You understand? But for some of us that are still on, Illustrator 19, 18, when you select, you will not see a color picker here. I'm sorry. You will not see a color picker here. It's only just this color you will see here. So what you will do is you hold, when you select the eyedropper tool by clicking I, you then hold shift. You hold the shift button, regardless of a Mac or a Windows user. This is something people have in common, the shift button. So you hold the shift button and you then click. If you're meant to click, if you're using Illustrator 18 or 19, like if you just click on the eyedropper after selecting this thing and you want to select something, it's going to change back to a fill instead of a gradient. So now back to what we're doing. I'm going to change this black here, this white here, to this shade of black. Sorry, it's not the white I meant to change, it's the black I meant to change, sorry, to this. Then I come and I draw this, sorry, I come back here, I click on the gradient tool and I draw. So I'm coming. It needs to be okay. It's not enough yet. Okay, I think from this angle might be better. Okay, it's not working. I think let me just ignore that and let me go with the typical style here. I change this to white. instead of gradient. I wanted to try something there, but it's not working. So what I'm going to do is this. I'll reduce the opacity a bit. Okay, I don't want us to go through opacity route yet. It's not a good practice for illustrators. I would always advise you at the most, like you learn blend modes. When you get deeper, you learn blend mode and you learn how to use color modes. I'll always advise you not to use like illustrate using opacity should be like your last resort when you're doing illustrations. Why I advise this is for cases of exporting. When you're exporting in other formats, this design you're doing on Illustrator won't be used on Illustrator. You get, it will be used on maybe a website, it will be used on other things. And when you're exporting it, sometimes, most times when you're even exporting to Figma, for example, there are some things like that will just break. When you just export as SVG to Figma, it will just break. So what I would advise you is most times use, like, instead of using this white, the easiest route is just to reduce the opacity, and like it's better like this. But I would not tell you to do that. I'll tell you to go and look for the closest color to black. Like look for the closest color. How did this thing select gradient? Look for the closest color and you select that instead. It keeps selecting gradients. I'm sorry, I'm using Layers MacBook, so it's not my laptop. So in case, I don't know what is going on. You see, it keeps selecting gradient. Okay. Because yeah, I've changed it now. Yeah, thanks. I've removed it. Then okay. All right. Okay. So this is the regular trick for people who like creating shine on this thing on glasses. I think this is too dark. This is bent too much. So I just select here. I'm using the shape builder tool now. So I can also use I think the X. Sorry, I need to select just one. Rather, let me just use one here. Sorry. Am I selecting the right thing? Sure, I will not go back to school on all these things like this. So, okay. I have to ungroup. From now, let's just use the shape builder tool. I'm not even overcomplicate things. So you select the shape builder tool. You see it's plus. If I use plus, it's going to unite. That's not what we want to do. We want to minus things, like we want to remove some parts. So what we're going to do, when you hold the Alt key on your Windows or Option, it shows a minus. Then you can just, the same way we use this selection to here, this lasso selection to where we drag over what we want to remove. So this shows that it is selected already, holding the minus, and like, it removes it. Same thing here. But I'm not going to do that immediately yet because I still need to duplicate it here. So I'm going to hold the Alt on Windows and Option on Mac to bring it here as well. You understand? She's a cool kid, so we have to keep it that way. So now we can go to, I'm going to press Shift M now when I've selected all of them as a shortcut to clear it. Notice I'm holding Alt to remove them. I select all of them again. I hold Shift M and the minus key, and I'm doing what? Selecting all of them. It might look a bit wonky here first, but let's zoom out. See, we've got a cool kid here. So maybe I can make this a little thinner. So if you notice, I can even draw these things out a bit. What is saving me? The strokes. You're not seeing, like, even this line, even though if it's not straight here, even if I'm drawing it inside, these strokes are helping me because you will not be able to see them immediately. And that's one beauty of, using layers. You may not want to name your layers, but I can tell you, if you're going to work with a motion designer, you should receive some courses before the project is over, because you actually need to learn how to name your layers. So anyways, let's go back to this. So yeah, we've got a cool kid. I think let's just add one more thing. I know some of you may be seeing these patterns and you think, okay, you know, I'm going to show you something. I saw somebody in the comments saying calculus. Let me show you one cool trick. You want to create a more of this flower as a star. You understand? Let me show you a cool trick. Okay, cactus. They say it's a cactus. All right. I did not go to school that much, so just in case, Leia is a master's student. Nale finished PSC, so there are different heights to this. So first, we're going to start with the circle. I'm not going to draw a perfect circle because I want it to look as organic as possible, not inorganic. Inorganic shapes are straight and very geometric. Organic shape, like your human body, there is no part of your human body that is like, although when you're drawing illustrations, you make things minimal, like especially product illustrations, they make things very minimal. That is why you can use maybe circle or code to represent the human body. But the human body is organic. You understand? So it's very irregular. Your hand is not made up of, your hand in drawing is made up of circles, but your hand in real life is not made up of circles. It's very organic. So basically, I'm going to draw like an organic shape that is not, if I wanted to make this very straight, I would have hold the shift key and I form a perfect circle. But that's not what I want to do. I want to draw like a very wonky looking ellipse. So now when I've done that, I want to create this. So it's still from this shape tutorials. I'm sure they will walk you through this as well. So what I'll do is I'll go to the rotate tool. Now I want to create four more that will be around this, making 5 in general. So instead of coming like this and doing you start rotating it like what you're seeing here. Start rotating it, trying to arrange it. Rotate, sorry, I hold my Alt key again. What's happening? I hold my Alt key again and I rotate. Sometimes it's going to be very wonky looking, very ugly self. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the rotate tool. First, I need to create 4 more that will be around it. I need to rotate 4 more around it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring up, let me know if you can see the spotlight search. So now a perfect circle is 360 degree. So I'm going to bring 360 degree out. Then I divide it by 5 because all the circles I want rotated are 5. Sorry if this is math. I did not study so much math in school. You want to understand. So this is just something very basic. It's not, don't look at it too much. So I press 5. What am I getting? 72. So now I'm going to take this 72 now. You see where I'm using it. That 72 will be the angle. I'll come back to the rotate tool. I select this guy first. Come back to the rotate tool. This is something you call an anchor point as well. So what I'm going to do is here. I'm still on the rotate tool. So I'll come to this point. I ensure I trace it to the middle here. Somewhere here. This is where I want to be the anchor point. So now this anchor point is where this circle is rotating across. You understand? So if I change it to here, I'm going to press the Alt key and rotate. If I change the anchor point here to this point, this is where it is going to be. Can you see where it's rotating across now? You get. So now I'm going to make the anchor points to be here. Then I'm going to do something called, I divided the 360 by 5. So now I'm going to press, what did I get? 72. I'm going to put the 72 here. And I'll press copy. It duplicates it. Now, all I just have to do, I need to create 3 more. I'm not going to do that same process again. I'm just only going to press Command. On your Windows, you press Control, Command D. And there we go. We have all of them. Easy. So you can just come here and use your brilliant operator, the unite to unite everything together. You can come to your shape builder and select everything to fill it completely and just put a circle in the middle. Can you see it's showing me? This is one of the beauty of, sorry, I said showing series coming up. So in case you don't hear me for some time. So I bring another circle basically above it. Let me just give it a different color quickly to know what I'm doing.
Okay, I found this on the web for series coming up. I am so guess you are so binem rustico.
That's AI in the mode or AI assistant. All right, so let me just pick these colors. So I'll group them, Command G. You notice I'm doing this on the fill layer. I'll group them. Now, this would have been a very good place to teach you patterns, like how to make patterns here. But let's just leave this class first with all these other ones that I've shown intact. So I'm just going to duplicate this all over first. So these are illustrations, so don't be bothered for now. If for all those our 3D designers, I'll be doing UV mapping and everything that it has to wrap around the clothes. Forget about that one. This is illustration first. So like I'm just going to be doing this all around the cloth. Now I'm going to show you another tool, something called the mask tool. So I'm going to select all of this. Okay, let me make one more just for this section. I'm going to select all of this. Let me add one more here. Select all of this and group them. Then now I'm going to select this layer first. Okay, let me see the layers. There's no need to group. Seeing that this shape, you see that this shape is in one section and this one is in another section. So now let me group all of them in this section together. Let me make a duplicate of this. You will see why soon. I just did Command T and Command F to paste in place, in front rather. So now I'm going to group these guys. Now I'll take this layer, I'll press Command C, Control on the Windows, to copy this pink layer. Now I want to paste it above every other thing. So now if I press Command F that I used before, it's going to paste it on top of this pink layer I did, and this one will still be on above it. So which is why I'll then use, and if I use Command V or Control V, it's not going to paste it. It's going to just paste it close to where your cursor is. So what I'm going to do is hold Command, Control on your Windows, Shift and V. It's going to paste it above every other thing. You understand? So now, which is, our Lord and Savior, who is above every other thing. So now I'm going to select this one. You see this other layer is still there. Now I'm going to select this one above and select this flower, and I'll right click now, and you will see something called make clipping mask. I select that. Can you see? That's clipping mask. I'm going to group. Sorry, Siri has come up again. I don't know if it doesn't recognize my voice. I press Command C again, Command Control on Windows, Shift and V above everything. Select the flower, make clipping mask. You understand? Now, like I explained earlier, we could have left the shirts just with a track like that, but only including this floral pattern on this design alone, you can see that it's already making a whole lot of difference. It's making a whole lot of difference. So now I'm going to group them again, hold this pink layer, Command C, then Command Shift V, hold this again, and I make a clipping mask. So it's going to clip everything to that layer. The beautiful thing is, since this outline is above all of them, it's still going to be outlined. What I can then still do, I don't want to do any other thing else. So yeah.
I didn't catch that. Could you try again?
Yeah, so sorry about Siri. So yeah, you can let me know what you think about this, in the comments below. Although this is not a YouTube. Yeah, so this is it. You can make more expressions of this, as you go. You can make more expressions of this. You can try this out by yourself. I'll ensure this, what do you call it? Do we drop this source file or the reference? Okay, so we'll share this in the exercise files. That was a mouthful. We'll drop it, when we're sharing the videos as well, or we'll drop that one now so you can start practicing. So yeah, this is the cool lady. I would have said like this is where I want to stop, but I want to quickly show you something final. That will take us to what they call it, Photoshop quickly. I'll bring you back to this in the meantime. So okay, I need to finish before 1. Sorry. They've given me warning. So basically, now this method we did here was tracing. Now, if you want to start understanding, like as a product designer, this is what we do. We steal for a living. You understand? You take inspiration here, take inspiration there to pack things. Now, what you're going to do is, you notice I took this illustration from a different form. I took the color from a different illustration. I took the shirt design from a different illustration. Basically, product illustration, when you're getting a hang of it, you just be picking things from here, picking things from there. Okay. All right. So I've stopped presenting. You're seeing my face now. My face is shown. Let me just turn off my camera quickly. I'm sharing my screen back. So now we're on Photoshop. I want to show us something quickly. So now one final thing I want you to know, I don't want you to pick tracing to be the major thing you learn from this class, or maybe practicing side by side. I want you to understand lighting, shadow, forms, gesture. So now let me introduce you to circles, introduce you to squares and triangles, hopefully. Hopefully. But basically, those are like foundational shape for flat design. When you want to start doing perspective design, character design that requires shadow, all those things now will then be changed to forms. When we talk about forms, we are talking about a sphere. A sphere is more, is more rounded. Like then you have a cube. Instead of square, we are saying cube. Instead of triangle, we are saying cone. For example, your head now in perspective, your head is a sphere, it's no longer a circle. Your chest is a cube because of it can be bent in sections. Your hand or your leg is then a cylinder. So now, there's I've forgotten his name, but I think where I learned mine from was Modern Day James on YouTube. You can follow him on YouTube, or you can check his videos. He has some old videos on forms and gestures. Just go to YouTube and search for forms and gestures. Now, these are for people, if you feel you want to get better at illustrations, you use that. But if you feel, okay, I'm fine with cut and join, I pick here, I go there, I pick here, I go there, that's still fine. It still helps for efficiency. There is no crime, you understand? As far as, if you should just know that copying too much from one part and not, what they call it, not crediting the author is like very, very bad practice. So now basically I'm going to use something here quickly. I have a folder called illustration reference. So now I use this folder when I want to create illustrations, when I want to reference humans, when I'm creating illustrations. Now, for example, I love these ones because they are more perspective, it shows more depth. I don't like flat illustrations, like something that is just bare. So now when you want to create illustrations as well, when illustrations are more expressive, you notice how, how they have more, feeling and expression. So basically, I'm going to show you quickly how to do things. I'm not going to show you how to create this illustration. So basically, what you're going to do here is, let's see how, you can understand gestures. Now, I need to zoom in. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to select the brush tool. I'm going to create a form from this, like a gesture rather from this. So now basically I pick the head quickly. I'm not using my graphic tab, I'm using a mouse, so it's going to be a bit tricky trying to get the head. So even if this looks like a real person's head, if I'm being sincere to you, let's just take it as it is, although it's looking like a mango first. So then I pick the face. This is where the face is. This is where the eye is facing. So now I'm going to pick some other parts of the body. First, I draw the shoulder. Then this is the arm. And you see the shoulder is not as so long.
Okay, I found this on the web for shut the should I his mother so long. Check it out.
Then so basically what you're just trying to do, you're trying to quickly get the shape of that body quickly. If you notice now, there's something called foreshortening in perspective design. So if you notice, there are some parts where this what they call it, this spine will be a bit longer. I'll take another reference. Let me just quickly create and that will be all. Sorry I've taken so much of our time. I'll pick something else here quickly. Okay, this. I think this should be easy to also show. So now basically what you want to do is, you pick them out. This is something else for those of you that want to get into character illustrations for your product. You understand? You want to do characters. This is a very good. I'm still doing this even as we speak. This is a good starting point for you in understanding gestures. So you're not just drawing straight and stiff figures, basically stiff figures. So you practice this a lot. This head is too big. It's almost big as mine. So that's where the head is facing. And you draw the shoulder. Then you draw the arm. It might not be perfect. It's not meant to be perfect. Sorry. So now you also picture the chest, like where the chest is running through. I mean, not be okay. I think that's good enough. So basically, you do things like this and you just be practicing daily. You see, mine might not even be perfect. I may even look very rusty self. You get, but daily, you just be practicing this thing. Forget about any other thing. Later on, you can start, adding more flesh per se. You start then say, okay, seeing the hand is like this. Let me start adding shadows. Shoulders. Let me start adding torso. Let me start adding an arm. You understand? Let me start drawing the leg to follow this body. Let me draw the foot. This is like I've explained, it's just a stick figure. So just don't come after me. So like you get to a stage where you practice every other thing. You understand? One thing also in this head part, you can see it helps in the direction of the face. Let me not just talk too much. I'll go back to just stop sharing screen. But I hope this wasn't too much for you in learning. All right, we are back. Please, after this session, you can look for Sam. Hold him anywhere you want to hold him. But thanks a lot. If you have any questions, you can always reach out to me at K_Royd, or you reach out to Leye. I'll bring Leye back on the stage for him to, to wrap things up for us, to wrap it up, nigga.
Thank you. I know it's a lot of effort on our part. And I know it's a lot of effort on our part to sustain attention for close to 5 hours. I'm sorry we didn't even go down to the depth of the actual product illustrations. And I really apologize, but at least you all get an idea of the stress it takes to teach this kind of thing. Like Oford tweeted not long ago, you have to really be passionate for you to go through this mental stress and strain of concentration to get it. You really have to be passionate. I don't know when else to do this again, But I'm hoping next time we're doing this, it should actually be a physical class. We all break into sessions and then get our hands dirty, like a whole day of just design back to back. Special appreciation to Samuel Babalola, who is helping us with live streaming. Special appreciation to my coach rep from MSC days. He's married, by the way. And Onos is married, by the way. A lot of people were commenting on his handsomeness. I have handsome. Yes, he's married to Runo, and she's prettier than most ladies I've seen. Nobody should look for trouble. So, special appreciation to Onos. I called Onos yesterday to come and join me on this. I didn't. Okay, I'll talk about it. I didn't tell him prior. I just woke up yesterday and I'm like, you know what, let's do this together. And he came around. Big ups to him. He has been more than a friend. I can easily call him a brother, but he's a proud fellow. So I want to appreciate my coach rep I've mentioned. I want to appreciate Toby. Toby helped us with his camera, with the setup, and with running around over to my body. I want to appreciate Ayobami, Daramola, our devs. I want to appreciate the PM in the house. Todimu, Olawumi. Yes, big shout out to everybody who have been of help in one form or the other. I mean, I just told these guys yesterday in the morning that, guys, let's run the class. And they made everything. I can even see Praise. Praise, good to see you, big man. They made everything possible, down to live streaming. Unos gave us his 5G router, and every other person in between drove down here to join the class. Super grateful. I also drove down from Lagos. So yes, big shout out to everybody, and thanks be to God for making this happen. Assignment is going to be dropped on Twitter. List of assignments, more or less like open class, but at a stretch, pack full. Go replicate. See you all later.